Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги. Мы начинаем второй день
A very good
14-го
morning, dear
форума по
colleagues. Welcome
управлению.
to the second day of the 14th RIGF, Russian Internet Governance Forum. I ask everyone kindly to take their seats in the room because ahead of us we've got a rather dense agenda. And
Форум.
before we open the session, let me read the addresses that we received here at the forum. National Association of International Information Security is congratulating everyone on the 30th anniversary of RUNET. Congratulations on 30 years of .ru, of the CCTLD.ru. The whole world is enveloped by the internet. The internet penetrates all strata of life. It opens up new opportunities. It provides positive news to the livelihood of humans. Internet at the same time is used to militarize
Во внутренний
the internet space. ICTs are used in order to interfere in the national affairs. And we are aspiring to strengthen the international regime in order to prevent and
в глобальном.
resolve interstate colleagues and to regulate the activity in the global internet space. Special attention is paid to the safe functioning of the internet based on fairness and justice, and not allowing any nation to establish control over the whole internet. We are sure that CCTLD.ru is going to ensure the safe and reliable operation of the national segment of the internet. Congratulations, wishing you best of luck, and dear colleagues, congratulations once again, the President of the National Association of the International Information Security, member of the Scientific Council of the Security Council, Boris Miroshnikov. And now, as a follow-up to this welcoming address, let us now hold the ceremony of the Virtuti Interneti Award. This is the award that was established by CCTLD.ru, and the award is given to the representatives of the business or the academia or of the government who contributed significantly to the development of RUNET or the global internet. Among our laureates, we have the RFC developer, the RFC rather a policy format developer, Steve Crocker. Another of our laureates is a professor at the Aarhus University, Wolfgang Kleewachter, Jovan Kurvalia, who authored the book Internet Governance. Sergei Blagodarenko, the head of the digital economy, also received the award several years ago. This is the actual award. This is how it looks like, quite pretty, a medal.
Как мы себе его привыкли представлять.
Over here, you see the visual representation of the internet graphics, and I would say Lukatsky, business consultant information security with positive technologies, is the recipient of this award today. If you remember, Mr. Lukatsky was one of our panelists yesterday. Thank you very much.
Большое. Я хочу сказать, что Алексей Лукацкий работает в сфере информационной безопасности с 1992 года и прошел путь от
information security since 1992. He used to be a coder and an encryption specialist, and now he is a top-ranking manager and professional in the field of information security. I've got your bio prepared, but I'd rather give you the floor to deliver your lecture, because it has become our tradition that the Virtuti Interneti laureates give a lecture. The mic is yours, Alexei, over to you. Right, thank you very much. I feel a Nobel laureate, actually. I remembered that I had to deliver a lecture this morning, so I jotted some of the ideas here on the back of the envelope, basically. It occurs that it occurs to me that now that I've been in the information security business longer than RUNET has been in existence. So I started back in 1991, 1992. That was before RUNET. I remember FidoNet. I remember the dial-up connections, the modem, the 9600, and the speeds that we have today in the country seems something fantastic, something of a dream. But at the same time, data transfer was perceived differently. You appreciated the speed that you had, and you wouldn't download anything that appears on your screen, but only the useful stuff, the really valuable stuff, the books or the software that was difficult to get. There weren't any marketplaces that's all. There wasn't even a notion of a marketplace. But information security existed back then, and I believe that information security has always been around and will be around, regardless of whether we have internet or not, because InfoBiz or information security InfoSec protects information. Information comes in different shapes and sizes. And one of the first ever recorded cases of information security was in ancient Egypt. The pharaohs sent their slaves to other regions in order to hide the fact of transferring some secret data, secret information. They would shave their slaves first. They would tattoo the message on the skull, and then the hair would grow back, and the slaves moved from point A to point B. Obviously, the slaves themselves could not read what was written there. There weren't any mirrors around, so even the slaves did know the secret. It was safe with them. So yeah, we had tricks way then. As soon as there was communication, we had to hide some information and protect the information. But since then, we've achieved significant progress. Today, the internet is offering us many positive and negative phenomena, also in the field of infosec. And as I have already told you, in the times of FIDO, we also did InfoSec. Now we've achieved a completely different quality level. Last Friday, I was in the cyber house at the youth RIGF, and before that, I did another lecture at the youth RIGF. And actually, those who are coming to succeed us, well, it's not like we are going to retire anytime soon, obviously, but still, those who come to succeed us in info security or cybersecurity, they think differently. For me, InfoSec was an integral part of the technology. I acquired my first computer when I was in the ninth grade. I first saw the internet when I was at high school, but our current teenagers were born with the internet in their hands, and they have completely different behavior online. They think of what's good and what's bad differently from us. Again, there are pros and cons to that point of view. I remember I read a lecture at Sirius for the students, and one of the students asked me a question. I thought that the question was weird, but probably for the youth, it's something quite ordinary. And he gets up and he says, "I write viruses. I do not use them myself. I sell the fruit of my labor. I am not outside of the legal field. And if someone uses those viruses, it's not my problem." So you see, the younger generation think of good and bad differently from us. And Probably it's because in the past we didn't have that much technology, and we had to appreciate what the available then technology could give us. What's happening now is going to dramatically change the whole landscape. Yesterday, when we talked here at a session on cyber security, Roman Chipligin shared statistics on DDoS attacks that's become a routine of our lives. We talked about security of IoT. It was very difficult to conceive that someone with a sane mind would be attacking moving vehicles or satellites or hard spaces or generate deep fakes or use other tools that were developed for other purposes. But now those are being used to the detriment of the society, to the detriment of the state. And we see that every the day doesn't go by without someone being hacked, without the data being leaked. Um, and as the technologies develop, I think things are going to exacerbate. Look at what Elon Musk is doing now. In addition to Link and Tesla and his rockets, he also develops Neuralink. He implants chips into the brain. We understand that the disabled people will be able then to use the technology, have access to the internet and to computers and do things that they can't do right now. But as someone in the field of InfoSec, I regard this technology from the perspective what bad can happen if it ends up in the wrong hands, if someone has bad intentions with respect to that technology. I understand that even now we can't efficiently counter phishing in messengers. At best, we are doing pretty well in email, but the technology of email is 40 years old, and only now we are learning how to counter phishing and malware in email, but we can't still do it. We still can't do it in messengers. But think about the chips implanted into human bodies, human brains. Probably the time will come very soon when this happens. It will take less time than it took for many of the internet technologies to develop in the next 3 to 5 years. I believe the connected chips directly connected chips will become a standard of life. Probably this is when we are going to realize that the threats that we are fighting today are childish things. When you will be able to implant phishing directly into the brain and malware and spam and conduct misinformation attacks, then history will change. Obviously, there will be regulation and there will be ways of protecting humans, but we understand that the chip is tiny. It's less than a coin, smaller than a coin inside. It would be very difficult to implement some security solutions that are on such a tiny surface, and then the decision will have to be taken on the fly. It will have to be integrated with AI for the decisions to be taken in real time. It means there should be some cloud services in the back end to take decisions. So from the technology standpoint, it's going to be a nightmare that we will have to deal with somehow. Probably the solution will be found, but InfoSec people are going to have much more gray hair, like me. So those breakthrough technologies, not just AI, but also biometrics, the deep fakes and blockchain, and the rest on the other side of the fence is going to develop much, much faster. It's not a secret for everyone present here and watching us online that the development that the internet needs to thank the porn industry for its rapid development. Well, give it take, obviously, but thanks to the adult internet, we've now got high speeds and internet payments and animation and video hostings and everything else. And the same is happening probably on the other side of the barricades all these novel technologies, fashionable technologies, they are already using them while we are still regarding them, we're still marveling at them. Hackers are not subject to licenses. They do not need to certify their devices. They do not need to train their coders under a 512 hours long program of advanced training. They do pure business. They monetize everything there is to monetize, and they exclude all the uncomfortable and inconvenient elements from their operations. It's a dream of any businessman, but legally this is not attainable. While in the outlaw area, this happens all the time. We talked about that yesterday at one of the sessions. We keep asking the question, where do we get the data sets? How do we train the defense systems? We don't have enough data. Large players of InfoSec, CyberSec players, well, they're still thinking about that. While on the other side of the barricades, people have a lot of data sets. They've got enough data to train the phishing and spam and malware models, and then they sell those models at a subscription of $50 to $100 a month. Those models to anyone who would like to inflict harm, who would like to attack the good faith citizens. It's a problem. The problem is exacerbated by the current geopolitical situation. Probably I did not quote the statistics yesterday. I did that during the Youth Day at RIGF. Throughout the history of humankind, the thousands of years that humans have been around, uh, the wars didn't happen for only 26 years. 26 years. In the last 100 years, since the start of the 20th century, if I'm not mistaken, we spent only 400 days in peace. When no military conflict was happening anywhere on Earth. So we're all for peace, right? But it turns out that what we do is war. We make war all the time. Cyber wars are now at large. The governments even do not try to conceal the fact that they are supporting the cyber warriors, that are supplying them with tools and technologies. Like I said yesterday, in the last 2 years, more than 500 groups emerged in the Russian-Ukrainian and the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts that are attacking each other. And these are just two current conflicts, but we understand that because of how the planets are aligning these days in the sky, the number of conflicts is rising. This China-Pakistani, China-India, China-Taiwan conflict. And people are being trained. So anyone in the InfoSec business, of course, is asking himself a question: what will happen to these people once the wars are over? Because all wars come to an end sooner or later. But those people who have tested the virtual blood, probably they acquired that taste, and probably they will, after the war, they will start attacking not the military but the civil targets. Recently, you saw BBC published a major article about how one state awards certificates of honor to the volunteers who are attacking Russian organizations in the virtual space. They are giving out those certificates to volunteers from the United States, from Poland, from other countries. The border between cyber wars and attacks on the civil targets becoming vague. The Hague and the Geneva Conventions on wars do not seem to apply to the cyberspace, and probably there won't be any successful attempts to restrain the development of cyber weapons. As someone in the infosec business, I can assure you that our life is going to be interesting, and people will suffer, and there will be human victims, as they are already happening now in 2022, 2023 in the United States. More than 60 people died through the attacks of coders or encryption viruses attacking the healthcare facilities. People died because certain equipment was not operational at the moment. And when hackers say, well, we are not attacking the hospitals, we're just selling our codes. That's it. But it means that those hackers are not thinking about the consequences of what they do. And also speaking about the personnel, about the HR side of it, we do not have enough people on the defense. Many of the IT specialists left the country. We do not have enough trained staff. Well, if you look at statistics, we do not have enough staff, not because people left, but because there was the demographic sagging. If you take the Russian Statistical Committee data in 2020, we were at the lowest point in terms of birth to death ratios. In 2024, well, if no people were born in 2000, in the year 2000, where would we get them in the year 2024? Where would we get the IT guys? Not because they left. Well, some left, some came back. But the point is, not enough children were born a couple of decades ago. Again, if you take the Russian Statistics Committee data in 2014, 2015, there was some surge in the birth rate, but then again, there was a decline. And in several years' time, about 10 years' time, we are going to have another a gap, another a low level, and probably will start saying that everyone is leaving the country. But well, it's not that people are leaving the country, it's that not enough are being born. Without automation, without technology, will not be able to deal with this HR issue. The attacks are mounting, but we can't get more people out of nothing. The AI, Skynet, robots, people think that they will come to replace people, and these ideas, they do not come out of the blue. It's just because everyone can see with their own eyes that um, there aren't enough people around. I worked for 18 years in a multinational company, an American company, and I never thought I'd live to see the day when the talk about globalization and the fact that technology is outside of politics would affect us all for many years. And probably if you listen to me for the past 20 years at least, probably you heard me say that I was the proponent of American technologies. Well, we have to be honest. In certain respects, American technologies are the best. And I thought that the company that served around the world, served companies and clients around the world would never undermine its reputation by leaving the country in just one day. Well, companies left. They left overnight. My dreams were shattered. My reality was shattered. They disconnected charity organizations. They disconnected hospitals from their software. Even the organizations that were not subject to sanctions, even they lost access to the products of those companies. And this sets a new trend. If you look at the titles of many technology conferences before 2022, many of them use the word trust. Now, in the past 2 years, we start every conversation by saying that, well, there is no trust anymore. Either you have to establish new trust, which will be very difficult given the current geopolitical circumstances, or you have to build a new kind of trust from scratch in corporate security. Since 2014, people use a concept that's called zero trust. Zero trust means we do not trust anyone. We do not trust nodes. We do not trust we do not trust data, content, employees, contractors. We check everything that connects to our infrastructure. It looks like zero trust is arriving at the internet. It has already arrived in the relations between states. Balkanization, and people used to say, well, no, never. The internet was created to unite people, not to disconnect them. So, well, yeah, we are still holding together, but in the back of our minds, we keep thinking, what if we get disconnected? What if? Well, did you see that yesterday? My daughter sent me, she's 14, and she subscribed to Mizulina Junior account. She has 700,000 followers, and she published a video in her account that we should demand from the Ministry of Defense that all internet is disconnected in the Ukraine. Well, actually, she is the head of the League of the Safe Internet, and she is the one saying that we need to disconnect the internet, and then we'll solve all problems with security. Well, I think that security means protection, defense, rather than attack. So when someone close to the powers that be says something like that, it makes me think, well, maybe she's voicing what's on the mind of the powers that be. Let's disconnect the internet in Ukraine. But if internet is disconnected in Ukraine, it means that technology is available that can disconnect Russia from internet. Last week, journalists called me and they asked me, okay, how about this idea? There are Starlink satellites flying over Russia. If we get them off orbit, then the drones will not be hurt. Well, I had to explain that Starlink doesn't fly over Russia, and actually, modern drones do not need GPS or GLONASS to target to aim at the targets because they are built on different principles, and blocking off satellites doesn't make much sense. But again, if these ideas are flying around, it means that someone is going to push them. So I think that now the community, the society needs to think that no, internet will not be disconnected. We're going to use it to build positive ties between companies, people, and countries. But at the same time, in the back of our minds, we keep thinking, what if? Because if we don't keep that at the back of our minds, then we may face many more new surprises. So that was a mini lecture with some ideas that occurred to me on the spur of the moment because they bother me these days. I do not give any recipes. There aren't any recipes because it requires joint work and long-term work. We all need to think, what are we going to do? Because the world has already changed. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for this award. It was a surprise, a pleasant surprise for me. Hopefully, we will continue to enjoy our internet opportunities and use it to communicate. Are there any questions in the audience? Because it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm going to ask a question to you since you're on the stage. The main question that we hear from the students and generally from the younger generation on the topic of internet governance is artificial intelligence. There is absolutely no understanding how neural networks can be regulated, and students think it's a major threat, especially deepfakes. It's very difficult now to distinguish them from the real videos. So that's my first question. Well, I do not have an answer. Yesterday, I gave an interview to the radio. Privacy experts are also wondering how are we going to regulate AI. AI is not subject to law. AI handles biometric and personal data. AI uses the data to generate new entities, and decisions are made based on that have legal consequences. No one knows how to approach that. I'm afraid that we will end up in complete ban or total control. The US, the UK, they're already doing that in Hiroshima at the G7 meeting. A charter was signed that limits the use of AI, and then 50 countries signed a memorandum at Bletchley Park to limit the use of AI. The Americans adopted an act, and then the EU adopted an act on AI. So I think it will start with a ban, and after that, we are going to start releasing the pressure slowly. In Russia, we have a lot of experience in banning things. Probably we'll do it too, or maybe on the other side, on the other hand, probably we will learn from the mistakes of others once everybody else has banned the technology. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Thank you. Any other questions?
Аплодисментами нашего
Then,
лауреата.
once again, let's have a round of applause to our laureate, Alexei. Thank you so much. I enjoy your lectures every time. And before we open up
Красивый
our
момент.
business agenda, there is something
Зарубежных
else I wanted to mention. Most of our foreign speakers are online with us, but there is one exception. Our colleagues from the Republic of Belarus who came here to take part in this forum in person. I'd like to invite colleagues from .by and .bl. Colleagues, Vladimir, can I invite you please here to the stage? Colleagues from the .bl and .by. I know that you too have a welcome address to the RHF participants. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are very happy to participate in the 14th RIGF. Besides, this is your anniversary year, but it's also our anniversary year on the 5th of May. We will be celebrating 30 years of .by.
Зачитаю поздравления от, скажем так, нашей регистратуры.
So we prepared this address, congratulatory address from our registry. .by.bl registry congratulates cctld.ru on 30 years of .ru. On the 7th of April 1994, the .ru was assigned to the Russian information space. You have always been a perfectionist. You have always aspired to progress. We thank you for cooperation over many years. We believe that our friendly and business relations will be maintained. We look forward to continued cooperation, and we wish you every success over here. Yeah, let's take a picture.
Спасибо большое за поздравления. Есть что добавить?
Thank you very much. Anything else? No? Okay. Wonderful. Then, well, we love receiving presents for our birthday party. And now I'd like to pass the floor to the moderator of the first session of day 2. Please welcome Sergei Gribenikov, the head of RIAC. And I'd like to invite all the panelists to take their seats on the stage. Sergei? Hi. And I got no gifts. Such a pity. Please take your seats.
Доброе утро. У нас сегодня тема
Good
инклюзивность.
morning. The topic of this session is inclusivity is a new reality. My name is Sergey Grebennikov. This is true. Inclusivity and the new reality. Well, first of all, let's agree that inclusivity means not just access to the internet for the disabled people, but it also means language barriers, overcoming language barriers, and overcoming all other challenges related to the internet access. This topic is becoming more important, not just for Russia and BruNet. There are many people with different disabilities, and we understand that everyone should have equal access to the internet. Colleagues, I will not be doing a round of introductions. Instead, you can introduce yourself as you take the floor. And let's start with Roman Daud, who works at Nota Media. Roman, I know you have slides. So what do you do now in Moscow, and what are the services that your company provides to the people with disabilities? Do you want a clicker? Yes, please.
Собственно, всем добрый день. Рад всех здесь
Hello,
видеть.
everyone, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you here. Let's talk a little bit about the principles of inclusive development. These are the general
Применяются у
global
нас
principles, and there are some
Mos.ru.
special principles that we use when we develop for Mos.ru. I will try to be brief. There is a lot that can be said on the topic, but we are pressed for time. I'm an engineer, and I started as a regular coder. After that, I became a manager, and now I consider myself to be the enthusiast of flexible development mechanisms, and I focus on gamification and various game techniques in the development. Now, let's see what inclusivity means. Well, we have already given a kind of a definition, so we can skip that. We'll talk about the criteria of accessibility of websites and apps and which challenges developers face when they develop these products. We'll talk about the inclusive approach that we use at Mos.ru and what the prospects are for the development of inclusivity in Russia. Speaking about people with disabilities, at the moment, there are 11.5 disabled people in Russia. That means every 12th resident of the country, which means it's a vast audience. And of course, we have to take their capabilities and interest into account. It's an important topic, and I'm glad that the forum decided to include it into its agenda. What are the regular disabilities? There are motor disabilities, visual impairments, mental disorders, and hearing and speech impairments. Over here, you can see some of the useful links. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on the slide. You can take a photograph, or you can ask me to send you the presentation. We'll take one of the services as an example and see how different people see the Mos.ru website. This is a page that's called City Projects for someone who has no visual impairment. This is how the same page is perceived by people with visual impairments. It's different, you can tell. Over here, you can see another option how this page may look like for people who are dyslexic. What are the criteria of accessibility of website and apps? Well, one is simplicity. Everything that's on the page can be easily read or seen. Then, manageability. We can switch between pages. We know how to navigate the page. We know how to find the control elements. Easy to understand. So that's everything that's related to the interface. Is how well you can understand what is going to happen when you click this or that button, and also reliability. The product should be reproduced in the same fashion quite easily on various devices. What are the principles to develop accessible websites for people with disabilities? Well, first of all, high contrast of the text. Over here, you can see the examples. Minimal contrast ratio is 3:1, and probably not many of you in the room can read now what's written below the 3:1 numbers. Good contrast ratio is 4.5:1. You can kind of read it, but perfect contrast ratio is 7:1 and up. And over here, I'm sure anyone can read what's written there. Another important thing is to test your websites. You have to test different scale ratios for the whole page, and also when the size of the font is changing. Over here, you can see what happens to the page when you change the scale of the page display twofold. In order to test your website in terms of its compliance with these criteria, there are several services. Over here, you can take a picture. Again, these are the services. The next criterion is navigation using keys. At most.ru, there is this difficult element. You've got the main menu, and the menu has a dropout sub-menu. You can see the changing the focus using tab. We'll open the sub-menu, and then you can use buttons to select the necessary item. The text should be simple. The wording also should be simple. It's important for people to understand what's written on the page, and it's also important for screen readers and screen voice assistants. We'll talk about that later. Over here, you can see a banner. It's related to charity. Here is a button. And the button doesn't contain a lot of text. It just says help. To help. So anyone can read that. Humans or computer assistants, anyone can read that. Help. It's a wonderful tool. It's called Простым языком. It's a service, a plain version. You can upload any text into the plain version.ru, and it will digitize the text, and then it will assign a rating or an index to it, saying how comprehensible the text is. I've already mentioned the speech, the screen speech assistants. Yuli is going to talk about that. There are plugins for the browser and third-party software that can read everything that's written on this on the screen. So a screen reader or a narrator reads the text aloud and describes what's on the screen. NVDA is one of the more popular services of this category. Another criterion is everything that's related to controls. In your products, you should have, you should enable control using keyboard or gestures or voice or other alternative controllers. What are the main challenges in the development? If we are guided by these criteria, first and foremost, developers not always understand the needs of people with disabilities because they themselves do not have these disabilities. The same problem arises during testing. And the best option here, in addition to using the services that I mentioned, is to use focus groups. It's the feedback that you can't replace. Its value is invaluable. And this is what we do at most.ru. You also have to account for and comply with legislative requirements, regulatory requirements. You have to find a balance between inclusivity and innovations. Now, this deserves a special mention because we are technical geeks. We chase innovations and new approaches to development, and it's not like all the new things would always take into account the interest of a wide audience. So you always have to strike the right balance. And since this requires a special development, of course, this is going to affect the end cost of the whole development process. Mos.ru preaches the following principles. Inclusivity is embedded into the project from day one. Support is provided all the time. All interactive elements should be subtitled. So this is what I said when I talked about images. We see the image, but the technology allows you to add a tag to every image that will describe what's contained in the image. And for the people who can't see the image itself, people who use screen readers, for them, it's the information that could have bypassed them. But if you add this little tag, you will be able to enrich the content for that part of the audience. And navigation should also be adapted so that it can be used together with screen readers. We have a long checklist of criteria. We use it to make sure that our product is compliant with the principles of inclusivity. The checklist consists of 7 sections and more than 80 items. They're basically the same criteria that I talked about before, but in greater detail. And yes, identifying the language, using descriptions, tags, labels. As to the future for the development of inclusivity in digital products, well, it's difficult to say what's going to happen in the faraway future, although modern day technology seems to bring this future closer to us every day. I think that we're going to use AI more often, especially to test our products to make them more inclusive. There will be more plugins and screen readers and similar tools. Maybe we will develop some completely new product in this area. Training and certification is going to develop too, because all the current standards and approaches are more of a recommendatory nature, and there is no common approach to applying inclusivity to products. More mobile devices will be supported. Today, mobile devices are the weakest link, so to say, they're the weakest segment. And there will be better standards of accessibility and higher interactivity. Summing up, what do we need to make sure that your products are inclusive? Well, first of all, we have to test. In the perfect scenario, use focus groups. You monitor regulation because, and sometimes also colleagues from the business are putting forward excellent initiatives, and we are, for instance, in touch with our colleagues at Sberbank. And of course, you have to keep abreast of all the new technologies that come to that area of development. Here is my link to my Telegram channel. You want to get the presentation, please write to me. And here is another useful link. This is the Nota Media website. In addition to publish information about our own developments, we also we also publish news and reprint interesting articles. Inclusivity. When it comes to inclusivity, it would be wonderful if other regions would get the same opportunities as Moscow. Moscow has an unlimited budget. They have money for anything, but what about people who need to get access to the internet in other regions? Maybe there should be some national program instead of a situation where products are developed on a case-by-case basis, on a region-by-region basis. We know that people with disabilities live not only in Moscow, but in other regions as well. And when we talk about inclusivity, it's not just issues related to the state of health, but inclusivity means other aspects as well, and regions are lagging behind. Well, actually, I beg to disagree. On the one hand, Moscow is one of the leaders, that's true, but I look around the regions and I know that there are many similar initiatives out there and people use the same approach. Inclusivity means that we who develop for the government, we must develop our products to be inclusive. Most.ru, it's not just a site where people can find information, it's a site for services. It means that if people can't use Most.ru, it means that they do not have access to municipal services. So from the perspective of government websites, I think things are okay, kind of. And as to the commercial side of it, and I'm glad to see many people from the business in the room, I think that the problem is on the business side sometimes. Businesses tend to disregard problems of people with disabilities. Well, actually, again, I too beg to disagree with you because the government, again, can afford it and not always the business can afford it. Masha Kolesnikova is one of the advocates of universal access and acceptance, and they've been trying to get universal acceptance in Russia moving, and it's been years. Well, we are here on the stage, we're discussing this. It's an important step to communicate this problem to the business and to explain to them that it's a huge audience that deserves businesses' attention. So to answer your question, us being here, being present here is one step in the right direction. Masha, did you want to say something? Later? Okay, good. Okay, let's continue talking about Most.ru. Yulia Nanova is Atanova works in the Moscow Department of Information Technologies. Yulia, can you take over from Roman? Yes, absolutely. Well, actually, I decided to talk not about Moscow today, but on a more general subject that I think many people can relate to. My name is Atanova Yulia, and I'm in charge of the inclusivity function of Most.ru. Roman and I, we are colleagues, but today I want to talk to you about something interesting. It's a version for the people who have sight impairment. Colleagues, please raise your hand if you think that this is an important element of the interface. You want to make interfaces accessible to visually impaired people. Well, more than half. Okay, it's a myth. And I'm going to bust it today. Well, first of all, let's find out what a visually impaired version is. It's a separate RSS version, a layout that requires special financing. What it does, it increases the font, it changes the font, and it changes the color. And it voices over everything that happens on the screen. You can go to your own devices right now and test or find out which font is used by default. I use a smaller font. My mom uses a bigger font. What does it mean for us? If we use a mobile app, what it means is the system recognizes which font is more comfortable for you, and it shows you the app in the size of the font that you find comfortable. You don't need to do any special settings. They don't need to look for extra buttons. The same happens with computers and the settings in the computer, in the browser. You can set up the font that's comfortable for you, and you will be receiving information they would be sized correctly. The same happens with the font itself. We know that every website has its style. Most of the .ru has its own font. This conference has its own font, but for the dyslexic people, this may be important. Comic Sans font that designers hate was developed for dyslexic people. So in your devices, in your phones and computers, you can set up that font, and if the system can recognize it, you will be automatically getting the content in the format that is comfortable for you. Do we have anyone in the room who prefers the dark screen, the dark theme? Half of you, right? This is the high contrast mode that you can set up, and it's become popular. You can set up this theme with any colors. On the side of the portal, you can set up the system so that if the setting is on, and if you have serious problems with their eyesight and you prefer high contrast, you don't need to look for an extra button. You don't need to look for extra settings. They are already enabled in your browser. It will be used or applied automatically. You have to understand that the visually impaired version does not cover assistive technologies and screen readers. A screen reader is a software that recognizes any information on your screen. You use it, you enter the data into the field, you can open a tab, etc. There are many programs of this kind. Some of them are pre-installed. Windows, Mac OSs, they all have pre-installed screen readers. And there are other software that you can download and set up yourself. But what's the difference? Why the visually impaired version is well, what you're looking at is a good illustration. If you do not have the right language set in the page code, if your buttons are not described or labeled, if interactive elements are not used, then the screen reader will see that page differently. And even if the page is adapted to the visually impaired, it's not going to help. But only the full implementation of the inclusivity requirements will make sure that the users are going to see the interface in the same way, regardless of what's happening in the interface. There is an international standard. It's in the English language. The latest version is 2.2. The difference between 2.1 in its requirements for capture. There is a Russian version that all speakers are referring to. If a speaker touches upon inclusivity, there is a 2019 Russian standard, national standard, the GOST, and there is also the legislative initiative that makes an exemption in the Russian laws. I'll explain myself. All Russian standards are not mandatory. You can apply them or not use them. It's up to you. But there is a new order of the Ministry of Digital Development of Russia that is going to come into effect this September, that makes some parts of the cost mandatory for all government websites and government-related institutions. It means all of the public sector should become inclusive in the foreseeable future. So that's my news. That's all the news I have. Thank you very much. Let's then turn to Alexander Stang with the Artem Lebedev studio. I think your studio does so many different things in all possible areas, including people with disabilities. Can you say a few words on inclusivity and design? Hi, my name is Alexander Stang. I'm a technologist with the Lebedev studio. We do have experience of introducing inclusion into web projects. We are a multidisciplinary studio. We provide design solutions in all possible fields. We develop gadgets. We design environments. We design web. We do web design. I'm going to use one case study to illustrate my ideas and to impart to you the idea that a lot of work lies ahead to make sure that it works for everyone. 2 years ago, we started thinking about developing the website for the Russian Constitution. Why did we decide to do it? We want people to understand. Well, usually people think of a constitution that it's a very complicated document that requires a lot of interpretation, but actually we wanted to use design to demonstrate that the text of the constitution is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. But we are keeping the explanations and clarifications. But you can see over here that there is the main idea, the main message from the Constitution, and if you are the first-time user of the website, you know immediately how to operate it.
Описаний там несколько, порядка десятка.
We use a dozen of such statements, generalized statements. If you click the content button, you get to the structure. And here you can see the structure of the Constitution, split into the sections and articles. We give names of all the articles. You go to the chapter, you see the same structure where all the articles are listed, sub-items, paragraphs, everything.
Сверху этого, на этой странице есть
At the top of the page, you see a navigation menu. And on the website, you can share any part of the Constitution. You can highlight part of the article or the whole article. You can share it, quote it, and then you can go back to the website and you will see the highlighted part of the text. And if necessary, the reader will be able to continue reading. At the bottom, probably we should have put it higher on the screen. This is the player button. In addition to reading, you can also listen to the Constitution. So there is a player on the website. It's functional. You can speed up. You can change the volume. You can rewind and fast forward. When an audio file is played back for every article, the text of the article is highlighted in color so that you can follow your listening with reading. You know exactly where you are. In addition to the text and the audio player, there is also a link here to the Telegram bot. And in there, you can also find all text of the Constitution. If you are more comfortable in Telegram, then you can go to Telegram and navigate the text of the Constitution there. And you can also search by keywords like citizens or the president. In addition to the text on the player and the link to the Telegram bot, you can also download or share a PDF file.
У которых тоже не все просто с визуальным представлением главного закона страны, то, что сайты можно делать такими.
So this is how you can build a website, even if it's a government site. The PDF file is designed separately. It uses its own styles. It has its own layout. We know that PDF files are not available by default, but we are on the website that contains duplication of the file itself, the constitution itself. Next slide. So the idea is that we get together with designers and programmers in the studio, and we have face-to-face meetings with them. In addition to having group work, group webinars, we talk to them one-on-one to understand how they understand accessibility and inclusivity in their profession, in their field of competence. Not everyone understands that inclusivity matters, that there are many people who need it, so we have to explain things to them. But we are professionals and we up to the challenge. We never hide from challenges.
Программистов, они уже должны содержать необходимые UI-киты, описывающие взаимодействие в интерактивных элементах.
And the layouts, the artwork, the drawings that designers produce, they must already contain all the inclusivity features, so that when the websites go into production, they would have all the necessary functions by default, without the need to change anything, to deploy a new button or
в первую очередь их подведомственным
like now adding, and later from the 1st of September, this button will no longer be necessary because it will be included by default. I mean, the version for the visually impaired. Right. Thank you, Alexander. And
создавать логотипы, прототипы сайтов для людей с
can you produce logos and site prototypes that would support people with disabilities? Well, it depends on the prompt. It depends on the prompt. When you set up a specification for Nikolai, well, of course, then if you describe everything correctly, then Nikolai Aronov, the AI, generates today only flat images, but you can use them as a basis for something more tangible, so to say. I don't know if I'm explaining myself clear. Well, I think I understand. You know who Nikolai Aronov is? Nikolai Aronov is a neural network, a designer network that generates logos at your request. He generates an unlimited number of those logos. You select the ones that you like best. So at the moment, we don't need to involve humans. We don't need to involve managers. You can do it yourself. You just go to our website and request a logo. I never tested Aronov, actually. I should test Aronov for accessibility. Right. In terms of design, when people with disabilities enter a website, how are they supposed to find the button and to switch to the mode that they need? How can I answer the question? Let me see. The button doesn't exist. There are different extensions and solutions that you can preset or pre-install, like extensions for the browser or applications for the devices, be they mobile or desktop, to cover certain needs of the users who know what they want. If this technology exists, then they will find out about it and they will start using it, and they are going to cover their need. But the website by default must be easy to navigate. It shouldn't contain any restrictions, so that people wouldn't even need to start looking for those extensions. I think that this button the version for the visually impaired, well, it may remain even on the websites. It will be renamed, though. It will be like website optimization or something. When the users will be able to set up the images on the website for themselves, like people wearing glasses like me. If I'm not wearing glasses, I need to increase the scale 200 times, 300 times. In the same way, you can change colors and the size of the font. Well, maybe you are right. Maybe we don't need to overthink it. Roman said that business needs to invest, but how about Google, Yandex, Microsoft? Do it once. They invested once to add the extension to the browsers, and then the websites will open for all people, regardless of where their disabilities. No, the problem is not with the browser; it's the resource, the content, the interface should be ready. Yes, this I understand. The content must be prepared, but there must be standards. There are standards under which the websites are developed, and the programmers try to follow the standards. So if the code will enable various extensions, then probably it's going to work. Well, not exactly. It doesn't depend everything on programmers. It starts with designers. Designers think about the solution, and then the solutions are implemented. And you can't include everything. I studied an extension recently that changes the view of the website. It was a special widget that you could add to the website. And they had an issue on the demo page when I increased zoom twice and I increased the size of the font twice, and the blogs will
разрабатывающая конкретный сайт все сама, чтобы не было подобных случаев. Ну, понятно, что когда человек, он может тестирование сайта
will intersect. They were cutting across each other. So yeah, I understand that.
Там все сломать можно все что угодно, отображение. Но мы говорим о разумном.
I mean, you can. You have to be reasonable, right? The web use must be reasonable. And like you said, the code should not contain any
на что настроиться пользователь.
obstacles for the users to do their settings. Okay, one more question from me. I've just opened the Moscow Metro website and I tried to find a button. If I were visually impaired, how can I use anything on the website? And I couldn't find that button. But as to the subway, I think 70% of the Moscow residents and visitors use the subway. I understand that now on the subway you can use the Braille maps or something, but if you're visually impaired, it's almost impossible for you to use the Moscow Metro website to plan your route. Okay, got it. Alexei, you have a mic in your hands. Do you want to add anything? Oh, all right. Very well. We have another 45 minutes left, so it's all right. We'll take time off the coffee break. It's all right, I think. It's all right. Maxim Smirnov is our next speaker, Director for Digital Production at Jet Style. Maxim, what is your experience of the websites for the disabled and the inclusivity technologies?
Супер, да. Немного про себя, про компанию. Мы, как оказалось, как и Нота Медиа, всего на 10 лет младше Рунета. В этом году
we are only 10 years younger than Runet at our company. We will be celebrating 20 years this year. We do digital, and this year we acquired several inclusion-related projects. The first one was an app for remote sports. Exercising for children with mental disabilities, and the other project, another project
поддержка вообще как бы, в общем, из коробки идет поддержка.
For the visually impaired. Why do you need a special device when there are many solutions available already? Well, let me start from the beginning. Why interfaces and industrial design should be either developed by the same company or in a side collaboration? Why do you need special devices if people already have mobile phones that they can use to get the information? Well, we did a pre-project study. We researched the potential users of different ages, and there are people that are differently visually impaired.
Что оказалось?
So first thing we found out is young people, students who attend lectures, they use the phone very actively, and the phone satisfies their needs almost to 100%. But during the lectures, it would be wonderful to have a device that they use as a recorder, a voice recorder. They put a voice recorder on the desk and they record the lecture. That's why we have here this little button with a little point in the middle. It behaves differently from other buttons here. Here it has two positions on and off, on and off.
Включен, то кнопка утоплена. Следующая штуковина.
Another thing, I was working on this play and I got into a hospital once. And on the bed next to me, there was this elderly person who lives in the village in the Moscow region. He can't see very well. He's blind on one eye. The other eye can see some, and he takes out the player for the blind. Not this one, but the earlier generation. And I thought to myself, wow, this is great. Here is a user I can talk to. Here is someone with experience and skills. So he uses the button phone, and he also uses this player for the blind. He uses it as an element of socialization. So this guy, this gentleman, lives somewhere in a tiny village, but he once a month takes a train and goes to the big city, and he goes to the library to exchange the books. He returns the books, he gets new ones. And for this gentleman, it's a way to, again, to socialize, to talk to other people, to meet new people at the library. And there is another thing. So a record player, yes, but people sometimes use recorders as a device that sits at home and reads books. That's the only thing that this device does. You do not open your devices. You do not have to search for the right book. So this device knows only how to read books. Everything is already uploaded and preset, and this player also has, I think it has Kinopoisk. It's a movie set that's accompanied by commentary for the visually impaired. What else?
Здесь тоже интересные штуковины, на что нужно обращать внимание.
Now, here is what you have to pay attention to when you are designing physical devices for the visually impaired. It turns out that beauty is important. It was the feedback from the students. They said, yeah, we can't see this thing, but we want to take it out of our bags and put it on the desk, and I want this device to look cool. And I think it worked. We did it. Another discovery that we made is that the symbols are not really important. All these stars and hearts and snowflakes and whatnot, all these different symbols that we are so used to, they do not matter very much for the guys. What matters to them is that the symbols are contrasting and you can't confuse them. It doesn't matter whether you're going to use crosses or likes or snowflakes for a particular function. The most important thing is that everything is tactile. In addition to talking to our potential audience, we of course tested the solutions from other competitors, and there was this one player that impressed me in the negative way. It's been around for a long time. Its vendor is an international company. It's soft touch. It has a very nice shell, but when you put your finger on the button, it cuts through your finger. Really, it has sharp edges. The edges are too sharp. So it was very important to work with all these edges and the symbols and the borders. You have to be able to read the symbol with your finger, and it should be comfortable at the same time. We were also amazed that the guys, the visually impaired people, do not differentiate between up and down. We can tell where it's up and where it's down, but for the people we talked to, it's just a box. Most of these players, they come in rectangular shapes. It's just a rectangle. You look at it, and it's difficult to tell what side's up, what side's down. So we decided that we are going to give it an up and a down. It gets narrower to the top, but actually it will stand on both sides. It will stand on the bottom and it will stand on the top. It looks like a joystick, doesn't it? And this shape is not accidental. The player, you have to be able to carry it in one hand, even if you keep it in your house all the time. That's why we decided to add a special holder on the back to make it comfortable to carry. There was another eye-opener for us during the process of designing this player. It turns out that, and we are making products and services easy to use for the target audience, but actually, as you are developing a product for a particular target audience, the same features are often required by the regular people, and by the general audience, by a non-specified audience, like the special holder on the back. So we are actually developing and designing not for a particular subset of humans. We are designing for all humans. And end-to-end user experience. We started developing this player because people came to us and they said, there is the early generation of this player. It has an ugly interface. It's a voice interface. It's not like Alisa or Salud, Alexa and all these guys, but it was a voice interface in the sense that these devices do not have any display, and every time you press the button, a voice is returned to you. So we started investigating the structure of this voice interface. We developed a classical interface in folders, subfolders. We structured everything. we put everything into folders, and now you can add features ad nauseum without sacrificing user experience. And after that, we started developing these physical implementation, this manifestation that inherited that structure. There are buttons here in the center, this ball. It's the main navigation. You can control the device using 2 arrows and the buttons with 1 line and 2 lines. Everything else is additional features, and they are grouped in accordance with the interface that was embedded into this device. If during testing we would have realized that this structure doesn't fit, it's got bugs, it would be very easy for us to change the layout, to change everything. So an end-to-end user experience is very important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxim. Why do you call it the Tiflo Flash Player? Why do you keep calling it a thing, or by its full name? Oh, I don't know. I keep calling many things things. How much does it cost? What's the price? This is a good question. I think it's about 30,000.
Ну да, 36 тысяч я посмотрел. А дорого, не кажется?
36,000. It's expensive, don't you think? I looked it up in your catalog. It's 36,000. It's expensive. Well, yeah, it's expensive. Yes. Anyway, when we started designing, it was true. Probably it's still true now. The government provides a subsidy. Yeah, you can get a compensation. I understand that. Yes, every 7 years, I think. Well, maybe because I'm not a pro and you are a pro, I'm asking my question. It looks like you use
эти вот карточки с говорящими
an old
книгами.
technology of using flash sticks. No, you can connect to a cloud. It's all right. You don't need to. You need to use sticks. Well, this latest version provides you with this capability of connecting to the cloud. Before that, there was no mobile internet, but now I think it has mobile internet built in. Well, actually, I don't know. Actually, sticks. I mean, there is already infrastructure. There are these physical libraries. I mean, we thought that it wouldn't come amiss. It's handy. Why kill a feature that people are used to? Why kill a feature that is useful? Why get rid of it? Oh, okay. I'm looking at the device on your pictures. I do not see how you can connect the device to the internet. Is the red button going to take me back? No, I'm thinking about the visually impaired persons, and I'm trying to understand what they're supposed to click. Well, when you're asking about the password, well, the digital keyboard is enabled, and you use these right-left arrows. Yeah, it's not very nice. Probably numbers would be easier, but people have the same problems when they enter the Wi-Fi password into their TV sets. And you can't change that, but you can use the stick and you can download the settings for connecting to the internet. I mean, you can use the stick to upload all the passwords from the stick. Do you think that this thing is an outdated technology? Because Alisa will play back anything in a house in a household. And Alisa is cheaper than this device. Well, okay, first of all, you can't carry Alisa together with you everywhere. For Alisa to cover the whole house that has several apartments, several rooms, you need to have Alisa everywhere. It will not be very cheap. Voice assistants in general, as far as I understand, this technology is far from fully satisfying all needs. And like I said in the beginning, you can't take Alisa together with you to the lecture and press the button because Alisa will not be, well, will probably will be able to record, but will not be able to read back.
И, казалось бы, хорошо для пользователя с нарушением зрения и того, что есть на самом деле. Просто тот тифло-флешплеер, который был, есть и будет,
current players for the visually impaired, they have a special, they use a special format that's compliant with the civil code provisions, and visually impaired people have an opportunity to connect to the special library or come to the library in person and download these books to the stick free of charge. All other voice assistants and everything else, they are not portable, but they also they operate on a subscription basis. The player for the visually impaired it fits this special format. It fits the necessary license. You know, it's compatible with the books that are generated for the visually impaired. Oh, all right. I understand that. Total cost of ownership. I understand that, but probably Yandex will be willing to embed this feature for the visually impaired. It's my assumption, obviously, but okay. If time permits, we can go back to this discussion of who needs to pay to whom. Inclusivity, like I said, means not only people with health disabilities, it also means universal acceptance and barriers. And Yulia with Most.ru on the screenshots showed several interesting dominant addresses, like Maya Собачка, Pochta.rf. It looks as if e-government already uses universal acceptance. Let's talk about that a little bit. Maria, you are fighting for universal acceptance. What have you managed to achieve in the last several years? Yes, hello everyone. I too have a stack of slides. Well, I'm not fighting. We are cooperating with colleagues in the industry and with the developers of software, including domestic developers, in order to provide Cyrillic support in the internet. Obviously, with a focus on supporting Russian language domains and email addresses. So yes, I have a question to colleagues from Most.ru. Do you support Cyrillic email? Well, probably not. Exactly. Probably not. So this is your future, the future, including all matters related to inclusivity. And to go back to the comment from the Lebedev studio, you said that you bring colleagues together, you talk to them jointly and one-on-one to understand what their perceptions of inclusivity are and what else can be included into their products to make them more inclusive. Very well. So today I wanted to discuss one aspect of inclusivity, digital inclusivity, which is multi-language support. I think that inclusivity means that everyone should have access to the internet and be able to use all of its capabilities. So multi-language support means that all people, regardless of the language they speak, should be able to operate and navigate the internet. This problem of internationalization has long been in discussion in the international community. It's one of the key principles of the development of the internet. Multilingualism is considered to be one of the key principles of the internet. Over here, you can see a short list of various declarations and high-level documents adopted by UNESCO, OSS, the ITU. Many of the international organizations have published documents that contain provisions to this effect. And recently, in some of the documents, we read directly that it's important to support internationalized or multilingual domain names. The domain identifiers international languages. CCTLD as a registry, top level of the top-level domain, the .ru TLD participated on many occasions in various international fora that discussed these issues, like the global IGF. We participated in the multilingualism sessions, and probably one of the first to initiate a discussion to support internationalized domain names at the World Summit on Information Society. And ICANN is now running these sessions as part of their activities and events. Now, multilingualism is an important and integral component of inclusivity. Historically, the internet developed on the basis of the ASCII coding, and obviously English prevailed, but now internet, it's a fact of life. The internet is multilingual. More than 5 billion people, according to statistics, are already connected to the internet, and only 1.5 billion speak English as their native or second language, but English is native only for 380 million people around the world. So you look at these numbers, 2/3 of the internet users with access to the internet use other languages online, but English. And still, the number of websites in the English language accounts for more than 1/2 of all content in the internet. For comparison, Spanish is in the second place, and we have only 5.7% of those websites in the internet. As to the Russian language, for a long time, we maintained the second place. More than 5% of all the websites were in Russian, but in the last year, 6 months, we fell back to the sixth place. As of April 2024, our place is sixth in the rating. We can talk about the reasons of that. Multilingualism is probably a topic for a separate session at our IGF. Can I interfere with a question? At all conferences, you hear that Russian is the second most spoken in the internet, but looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, it looks like it's 8. Well, usually what people talk about is the number of users who speak that language, and in this respect, Russian, in terms of the number of users, Russian holds approximately the 9th place because it correlates with the number of people who speak that language. 255 people around the world speak Russian, and it means that we hold more or less the 9th place around the world in terms of the language spread. Here you can see a table that shows you the number of people who consider Russian to be their native language. 148 million people consider Russian to be the native language. And the second place, well, usually we need to take into account the number of websites in the Russian language. Until September 2022, we were in the second place, and we've been in the second place for a long time. Now we're in the sixth place. So these are two main criteria that I used when assessing the prevalence of the language. So the main idea is that the internet today is multilingual in what concerns connections, connectivity, and we must take that into account when developing content too. Content in the national languages.
В интернете, но в этом аспекте необходимо учитывать и исчезающие
Of course, you
языки.
can find content in widespread languages, but there are also endangered languages. There are more than 7,000 languages around the world, and 43% of them are endangered. They're disappearing.
В России
In Russia,
277 языков.
there are 277 languages and dialects. According to UNESCO, 136 of those languages are endangered. Very few people speak them, and the number of native speakers is going down year on year. The most unstable languages are the ones that are used in education. It means that the next generation either studies or does not study the language, thus preserving the culture and the style of life of those peoples. But still, like I said, there are many endangered languages, and there are many approaches to prevent the death of the language.
Это тоже один из аспектов, который
Internal tourism is on the rise today in Russia, and it helps sustain cultural heritage. Language is part of cultural heritage. Travelers go to different regions. They
слова.
get to know local culture, folk traditions, songs, costumes, and language too. It's one of the ways to preserve a language. So if we have these languages, endangered languages represented online, it's yet another way to prevent the death of the language.
Здесь также хочу отметить, что, кроме развития
I also
контента,
wanted to mention that in addition to developing content in national and endangered languages, there is yet another aspect. We have already brought it up today, but what I mean is taking into account language preferences of the users when developing applications and online services.
о чем речь? О том, что на самом деле вот мы сейчас обсуждаем проблемы, связанные с ограничением физических
Well, we have
возможностей.
been discussing the physical disabilities so far, but think about if you had to learn another language in order to be able to use the internet.
Что все это
According to
время
statistics, people spend 6 to 7 hours online every day. So think that you would have to use a foreign language during all the time in order to use the internet. Would that be comfortable? Would that mean seamless? Would that be seamless and inclusive usage?
это значит, что все сервисы,
It means that all
онлайн-сервисы
services,
для пожилых людей, например, для подростков,
especially for the elderly or for teenagers or people who do not study other languages easily, and I mean not just English, but all other languages that will be foreign to that speaker. Well, in a perfect world, inclusivity means that all these categories of users should be able to connect to the internet, should be able to use the internet in their native language. As to the technical implementation of multilingualism online, and this is done on the basis of the Unicode standard. This coding standard, more than 1,100 written languages are supported. I believe that these are not all of the written languages, actually, but that's a lot. That's a lot. They are, I mean, there is technical support to these languages. It means that on your device, you will be able to type something using one of these languages. In order to support internationalized domain names and email addresses that are also part of the inclusive approach based on multilingualism, there are standards. There is a standard for IDN domain names in from 2008. The email standard was developed in 2012. Unicode replaced ASCII from around 2001, but it was initially generated back in 1991. So from the technical standpoint, implementing multilingualism means just following existing standards. So colleagues, when you are thinking about the future of your technologies and products, basically all you have to do is take the available standards and implement them. The colleague from Moss.ru was saying, he was right, he was saying that usually developers are chasing revolutionary technologies, but what about the old problems? What about the old technologies? Can we please first, resolve all the old issues? At our website, cctld.ru website, we support multilingualism in the email and in the ticketing system, so we can exchange messages with colleagues who are calling us or requesting something from us using Cyrillic email. We are also discussing using the support of Cyrillic in registers. It means that the registrar should be able to use Cyrillic emails as contact addresses when domain names are registered. We have long been in discussion of this issue, but hopefully it will be resolved soon. The CCTLD is involved in various activities of the working groups that implement. There is a Russian and a regional universal acceptance working groups. There is the global universal acceptance working group. So we exchange experience with colleagues. We learn from them. And in 2020, we started a project. It's called Podдерживаю.rf. I support.rf. It's a project for software developers and system administrators. It targets the technical community. And on this website, we accumulate useful information about how to deploy these standards, the IDNA and the EAI standards in the software. Together with the colleagues from the Russian working group on universal acceptance, we developed guidelines to deploy Cyrillic domains and email support. And the recommendations are based on the rules of registration for top-level domains in Russia, not just .rf, not just .ru, but all domain names. So you can start with these recommendations. It's a very quick document. You will not spend much time reading it. And again, there are many resources for developers. We have a test site, a platform where we can provide you with Cyrillic email addresses or domain names. If you want to test your products against them, please do so. Very often software developers come to us to request that testing capability. Speaking about languages of minorities in Russia, we are currently thinking about how we can expand Cyrillic symbols that will be available for registration. And the .rf domain name is just an idea project. We are still discussing it, but probably in the .rf you will be able to register domains not just in Russian, but in other languages of the Russian ethnic minorities. Right, thank you very much. Masha, a quick question to you. I have a domain in the .rf and I have an email address. Can I use this email address to register at Gosuslugi, the e-government website? Well, we are not a national service that supports the Cyrillic email. We are not issuing Cyrillic email addresses. We have a sandbox for developers. So we provide test email addresses in Cyrillic for a time. Okay, I have a test email. I received it from you. Can I register it at the government? Well, as far as I know, no, you will not be able to do it. 2 years ago, I sent a letter to the support service. So from the technical perspective, they gave me a very clear answer that they are aware of universal acceptance, but no, there is no support. And colleagues from Mostat.ru, well, on the 1st of January 2024, in accordance with the president's website, you can only register with the email that's inside the national domains. One of the national domains is .ref. Why can't I use a Cyrillic email in the .ref area to register at the e-government portal? Well, it's not a question to me, but I like the idea that if the industry decides that more attention needs to be paid to inclusivity and a special program should be adopted, there should be some initiatives, and definitely multilingualism should be included into this program. I understand, yes, once again, we are ready to share the information about the standards, but technically, it's achievable. In Russia, there are services that support Cyrillic email. Recently, the developer of the hosting control panel, they implemented this support. I mean, it's possible. You can do it. Well, yes, we've got two major email services, Yandex.ru and Mail.ru. If they do not support Cyrillic email, then it means no one supports it. Well, yes, at this mundane level, obviously users prefer to use free email services, very easy to register, very easy to get one. VK, we are in cooperation with VK, and we are hoping to hear from them soon that they will be implementing the support soon. As to Yandex, we talked to them several times, but we do not know what if they are doing anything. As to these services and as to the use of the Russian top-level domains in the email addresses, well, you have to understand that free email services means quick registration of email addresses, and now we've got them where? Mail.ru, right? At mail.ru and at Yandex.ru. They are in Latin script. So colleagues, it would be perfect, obviously, if they would have Почта.рф and Yandex.rf, if they would be issuing fully Cyrillic addresses. But right now we are talking mostly about the businesses that provide these services for the people in the .rf domains. I've got my .rf domain. I want to register an email for my employees. Email addresses in Cyrillic. I already have the domain. All needs to be done is to get the email addresses in Cyrillic. So usually this is done in the business packages, and there you can't get the support. At Yandex, as far as I know, they have the support, but before the @ sign, you will still have to write in Latin characters. So nothing changed, right? Well, several years ago, nothing was not changing, but now things are changing. There's a lot of open source software that implements the support internationally. Colleagues are also very active. Gmail, at least exchanging messages. They've been supporting the exchange of messages since 2014. Microsoft implemented the support 2 years ago. You are saying, well, they are foreign services. Yes, they are foreign services, and of course, this must be done in Russia with the Russian services. I'm talking to colleagues in the regions, and in many countries, still these services are still popular.
Очевидные вещи. Все это очевидные вещи.
Я шучу.
Да.
Я понимаю. Ну, на самом деле мы
Okay,
просто...
I know I'm teasing you. It's just that we keep coming back to the subject so many times. Before there is a push from the government, probably nothing is going to happen, not at mail.ru, not at Yandex. Okay, a government push, a new term. But we're in touch with colleagues at VK. Okay, Alexei, let's turn to you now. Alexey Lyubimov is the head of projects at the Department of Digital Business, VTB, special for visual accessibility of products for people with disabilities. I read the full title of your position, so the colleagues in the room and on the stage, you would appreciate that you are managing large-scale projects at VTB. I know that you have slides. Well, no, actually, no. I decided to do without slides today.
Это история возникновения работы над доступностью для лиц с ограниченными возможностями здоровья в России. И
the topic of this discussion would require me to include the names of different pieces of regulation, and that would be boring. But
все доклады. Мы говорим об инклюзии, мы говорим о тех...
There is something else I wanted to touch upon today. We keep talking about inclusion and special needs, and mostly we focus on the visually impaired. And wherever you start talking about digital inclusion, sooner or later, and more likely sooner than later, the discussion ends up or the session ends up in discussing screen readers and similar devices. What about everybody else? What about the impaired of hearing? What about dyslexic people? Where are other people? Where are others who need special features?
Понятно, как бы откуда и почему сложилось так, как оно сложилось, и из этого можно будет, ну, как мне представляется, сделать какие-то выводы, как это направление будет развиваться там в ближайшем...
So let's start with the background of this issue, because knowing the history will tell us a little bit about how the future may be shaped. So the first Web Accessibility International Standard was published by the W3C Consortium in 2009. Does anyone know, or can anyone guess, going back to all these different categories of the disabled people, motor disabilities, mental health disorders, which of these people with disabilities were the first to get assistive technologies? Anyone can guess, or anyone knows? And in which year? Which of the categories of the disabilities got some assistance first? They were the blind people, 1990. Do you remember those years? DOS, Norton Commander? This is when first assistive technologies came to the stage. This group of people were first to get assistance in education. They were the first to get a feel and taste of digitalization. They were the first to benefit from these new technologies. They got new jobs, new professions. And that's why the visually impaired are still the pioneers and the driving force of the whole inclusivity and accessibility movement. In 2004, Yandex tried to make its search accessible to the visually impaired. Thanks to the RIGF, we regularly discuss these matters during special sessions.
русский жестовый язык продвигал, сурдоперевод продвигал, кто-то ясный язык продвигал и так далее.
And eventually, NGOs, not-for-profit organizations, that sector became very active. They appreciate all the benefits that the digitalization brought to the communities to which they catered. But then the government came to play in this field, and the government came not because they got interested in supporting people with disabilities, but because the law obliged the government to do it. If someone is a citizen, the citizens must have access to government services. In 2013, the e-government portal appeared, so the government had to make government services accessible to all citizens. And then only around 2015, 2016, businesses started to get interested in various assistive technologies. Why? Because the business wanted to expand its audiences. They have already captured the main audience. They wanted to expand it through the elderly, through the disabled, through the pregnant and young mothers, through the temporarily disabled. So the business did it in order to acquire bigger audiences. In many interviews, if you read the interviews of the companies that operate in the field of accessibility, sometimes you will find out from them that, well, if well, first of all, they collect data on the disabled users of their products. Every company has its own indicators, but they know their audience, right? It turns out that this category of people have paying capacity, and sometimes their paying capacity exceeds that of the so-called healthy people, like deliveries from shops.
За хлебом в ближайший магазин, да? Там тот же самый инвалид, колясочник.
A disabled person, someone using a wheelchair, cannot get out in every weather to the store to do grocery shopping. So those people who stay at home, they use a home delivery very often, and sometimes their checks are higher. Plus, on top of everything, there is the idea of social responsibility and charity. Well, not even charity, but social responsibility. 2016 was a turning point. Finance and government today are leaders in the accessibility domain. I know that most that are you and e-government, MTS, Sberbank, they are all leaders that do something at least, and they're making some progress at least, and we can learn from their example. And last thing I wanted to mention here, I'm very glad that Yulia Atanova said that
на российском
on the 1st of September, the end will come to this button for the visually impaired. I'm very glad, really, because back in 2011, 2015, back in all those years, we were trying to prove to everyone that this game of tolerance, that without naming the category of the blind people blind, but called them visually impaired, will lead to nothing, because practice shows when we start developing, when we start designing the specification and the layouts.
У нас фокус сотрудников переключается с понимания, что у
When
слепого
the employee's focus is shifted to new types of behavior, the behavior that the blind people display online. The blind people work just with a keyboard. The blind people have certain perceptions of how words are built phonetically. Some use not screen readers, but instead the Braille keyboard. And you put all of them into one category of the visually impaired. They call them one name. Visually impaired means that you have some eyesight, you have got some vision preserved. So you tend to forget about supporting your website using the keyboard, and you just leave the mouse navigation, the clicks. Well, I hope very much that
реализации доступности в цифре по-настоящему, да, не откупаясь от пользователя.
we are now we no longer
у нас на самом деле на сегодняшний день уже сложился довольно-таки большое количество специалистов.
We will stop buying ourselves freedom by designing website versions for the visually impaired, but instead we will design websites that will support people with different types of disabilities, even within the same category. So once again, I hope for the better, and I'm sure that the future will be bright. Thank you. Well, thank you, Alexei, and thank you very much for pushing for this agenda for many years now. And now let's turn to the final presentation of this session. Natalia Perepelkina, the product lead at the Netology Education Company. Natalia, what do you do in your company in order to develop inclusivity? Okay, I'm testing the microphone, and I need a clicker. The clicker is somewhere here, and the slides on the screen. Very well. And the slides, please.
Включите, пожалуйста, презентацию. Включают.
Супер.
Do we have the slides?
Всем еще раз здравствуйте. Меня зовут
Hello,
Наташа.
everyone. Again, my name is Natasha Perepelkina. I'm product lead in government relations at the Netology company. What is Netology? Netology provides online education solutions for adults. We are a tech company and one of the leaders in the industry. As EdTech, we do two things. We do IT and we do education. We talked a lot today about IT and inclusion. That's why I'm going to concentrate on our second aspect, which is education. And today we'll talk about education, training, and employment of people. And again, we are talking here about online training for the people with disabilities. And we're talking about training them to be coders and programmers, not, cash register assistants. Together with Anton Tutriadam and MTS and Tech Lab, back in 2023, we started the first inclusive online course to label data for people with
Я попрошу вас не разговаривать, пожалуйста, это немножко
and please do
мешает.
not talk. It confuses me. It sets me off track. Right. So we have already had experience of
Слепого по IT-профессии.
with disabilities. Say there were blind people who we helped acquire profession, but here now we decided to develop a special course for people with a specific specific disability, which is autism, and then we found partners. Anton Tutriadam is a foundation from St. Petersburg. They help people with the autism spectrum disorder with ASD. We provide trainings free of charge. We teach people to label data in text and images and sound as well. Sounds nice, but in fact, a good labeler is worth his or her weight in gold. We know that people with ASD, they sometimes are difficult to understand for others. They don't understand why you can't just, I don't know, not answer phone calls or instead answer all of the phone calls while you are working. Well, anyway, the best students to do internships at our partners, we already have 56 graduates, and out of the 92 who studied, and 12 of them did internships and are now employed. Now, how did we design this program of training? Again, there are very few, if any, methodologies on how to develop online training programs for people with mental disabilities. Usually, these people, if they do get trained, they are trained offline. We consulted with Anton Tutriadam with this foundation, and we also talked to the partner companies to find out what skills the labelers, data labelers should have. As a result, we developed this excellent product. It's a one-on-one training. Will help everyone, every student. And it's great that many of our students finish the course. Because at first we're not sure whether online training is at all possible for someone with an autism spectrum disorder. When we have already initiated the project and there was no turning back, we decided to scale it up. We are now developing a product for assisted learning and employment for people with disabilities in digital and IT professions. People with disabilities are often afraid of finding a new job, acquiring new skills. Digital, that scares off many people, including the ones without disabilities. There is this, how can I put it? These fears, they have to be dispelled, they have to be removed, and we do that. We work with those fears and concerns. Besides, there is, on the other side, there are employers. Employers also do not know how to deal with employees who have an autism spectrum disorder. They don't know how to handle those employees, but we do want to provide employment. We want these students to find jobs not only in the companies who are our partners, but also in other companies. Everyone is afraid, you see. So on the one hand, we've got training, but jobs is a project in its own. That's why we decided to launch this new project. First, we want to do a research of digital professions to understand which digital professions match the best which of the mental disabilities or other disabilities. We also want to engage students from the not-for-profit organizations. We want to adapt and to design the training courses for different needs. If our students are already supervised by an NGO, then they will be able to get this assistance as they study. Then we provide the training, then we engage the employers, and then we help with adaptation of the new employees at our employers. We help them to adapt to the new job environment. So it's a huge project. We provide care and support to our students, to the future employees, and to the employers. And we would also love to see the government, and not just government, but other companies do the same, because often there is this declaration that we need to train people with disabilities as well. First, you have to think about which people exactly, which disabilities, and then you have to think how to do it in the most efficient way. I'm done for today. Thank you very much. Thanks. Natasha, it's an excellent product. How much does it cost for the students? 0. Oh, perfect. No, it costs nothing. It's free. But of course, we had to find partners. Well, but it's wonderful that for the people with disabilities, it costs nothing. It's a free training. We'd like to thank all our panelists. We do not have any time left for the questions. It turns out that we are way behind the schedule, but I enjoyed talking to you. It was a wonderful session. Thank you for being with us and sharing your experience. Thanks.
Спасибо большое. Действительно, замечательные
Thank you very
спикеры.
much indeed. The panel was absolutely amazing and a great moderator. Probably it was the most content-rich session, and we have the biggest number of speakers also we had the most number of speakers at this session. And we will start our next session after a 15-minute break.
Глобального IGF и будет посвящена
And then we'll take off
экологии.
15 minutes of our lunch break.
Всем приятного.
So that our next
Дорогие друзья, учитывая, что предыдущая сессия вызвала столько
Very well, considering that the previous session caused so much discussion that we already are lagging behind our schedule, I suggest that we start without further ado. The topic of this session is the environmental protection and sustainable development and the role of IT in achieving those goals. My name is Irina Gaida. I'm director for the Center of Energy Transition as Whole Tech, and we've got 4 wonderful speakers who together with us will try to answer the question what the role of digital technologies in this process is. Together with us, we've got Tarkovskaya Maria with Splat Global, Olesya Sukhanos, head for IoT at Megaphone, Mikhail Yulkin, founder and general director of Carbon Lab. It's one of the best known players in the segment of technical consulting to reduce the carbon footprint. And I'm also happy to introduce to you my colleague from School Tech, Alexander Bulkin is the expert of the Center for Energy Transition, and he also led several School Tech projects related to assessment of climate risks for specific business partners. And yes, unfortunately, Valery, who had to be here, couldn't be here, and we are glad to welcome Alexander. It's just that we did not had time to replace the nameplate. This is not Valery, this is Alexander once again. And the first question I want to address to all of our speakers is as follows. Basically, there are 4 main areas where IT can help in the area of ecology. First of all, monitoring and assessment of harm or greenhouse gases emissions or climate risks. Secondly, it's improving performance of the already available technologies to reduce harm, including removal of the damage that was inflicted upon nature. One other area is developing new technologies and products and solutions that aim to achieve sustainable development goals. So in this context, can you please tell us quickly which of these products or services does your company specialize in?
Ну, давайте, может быть, примерно в том же порядке, тогда вам первое слово.
So let's take turns and let's start with you. Maria. The microphone is not working? Okay, it's working now. No, this is an unexpected question, but for us, the priority is a combination of the methods of prospective analysis and prevention of emissions of harmful substances into the environment and meaningful consumption. AI and other technologies should not be prioritized unless at the same time you try to minimize the emissions by using regular hygiene means of hygiene. So AI shouldn't be used for marketing purposes. You should also promote the agenda of meaningful consumption. Very well. How do you use digital technologies to ensure sustainable development? Okay, let's start with the slides then. Can we put up the slides on the screen? And I also need a clicker, please.
Спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you, colleagues. When we received the invitation to the forum, We were surprised to see the topic of the session. We never position ourselves as an FMCG producer that uses artificial intelligence in our business processes. Usually, AI is associated with IT companies, not FMCG. You can't think of, I don't know, banks, for instance, without AI. But in FMCG, the traditional topics for discussion are marketing, claims, value proposition. But if you've ever used our products, you must have noticed that on the packaging, we print many different claims, like purification or deodorization. And we have to be able to provide evidence for all of these claims. Together with our colleagues, we focus on on the quality of our products, obviously, and my department works directly with the R&D department. We don't want our statements on the packaging to be yet another emission into the environment. In the field of environmental protection and in terms of how we use AI, our experience is varied and wide. We started with clean technologies. We didn't use any digital solutions. You can see our refill stations in retail chains. If you go to Novgorod, in the Novgorod region, you will find tiles, pavement tiles, that is made out of recycled toothbrushes. So we collect toothbrushes for recycling, and they are recycled into those pavement tiles. We do not place refill stations just for the sake of placing refill station into the store. Your toothbrushes should be changed every 3 months for them to be hygienic. Now, how did we arrive at using AI? We do clinical research and in vitro studies as well. So eventually we realized that we have a lot of science logistics. We organize a lot of shipments for the needs of our experiments. Here you can see the geography of our research. Since we sell our products to 70 plus countries, it's important for us to do R&D that would be recognized around the world, and we never limit ourselves to the domestic market. And even in the last 2 years, we increased the number of innovative projects. When we say innovative, we mean projects or products that were never available to you in the past, or they are projects that contain an innovative component that was known before, but our products work several times better than analogs. As a result of the experiment,
что есть сопутствующие которые нами всегда принимались как базовые, и никогда это не вызывало никаких вопросов. Вы видите только часть, которую мы
over here you can see some of the costs that are not really environmentally friendly. We did an inventory of those costs, and we decided that we needed to somehow improve our business processes. On the other hand, we need to remember about our consumer, because we manufacture goods for the consumer. And consumers want several, to get several effects out of one product. They look for holistic products. We decided that we need to implement a solution that would develop innovative complexes for us, and that would be able to assess our results. Well, We do not have such a solution yet, but we found a way to minimize costs and emissions and waste in order to reduce the burden on the environment. And we tested several types of software that is based on AI principles. Well, first thing, together with Skolkovo, we tested a kind of an AI that allowed us to select the safest preservatives that can be used in our products. The filters were very stringent.
Всех наших решений, естественно, является человек. Мы вчера подписали кодекс этики об
Yesterday, you saw us sign here the code of ethics in the field of AI. So we can't delegate all decisions to AI, and the final choice is every time made by humans. Another case is also quite curious because it's a product that we developed in our lab, but with the help of neural networks, we tested several combinations of substances in order to be assured of the moisturizing effect of one of our products. As a target, we decided to use protein of aquaporine. Aquaporins is this little engine that pulls beneficial molecules into the human body. So we tested different combinations, different solutions, and yes, we found one combination that has the greatest effect on our target, the aquaporins. We didn't put that information on the label because our products are cosmetic products, and this kind of statement will require from us to post additional information on the packaging about the clinical trial, but you know that the surface that's available on the packaging is limited, but now you know that this is a product that was tested with the help of artificial intelligence. I can't say that AI always produces an optimal result. We had several cases where AI would produce an erroneous or not the most optimal result. So once again, all proposals of AI are tested by humans. They're checked and verified by humans. That's why we can't do without humans for now.
В научном центре мы стараемся разработать
At our R&D center, we develop technologies.
показателях. Ну вот, в частности, мы посчитали, прикинули, что порядка 20%.
But we do not focus very much on collecting this kind of numbers. However, what statistics we have, I'm sharing now with you. We know that using AI at the stage of preliminary research, we can save half the time of that for the research. Do you have any questions? Yes, I do have a question.
В устойчивом развитии, мне кажется, наиболее, пока сложным и мало распространенным на самом деле.
It seems to me that your experience is rather unique in the way you use AI.
Сложный продукт без искусственного интеллекта. Вот видите ли вы в своей линейке возможность появления таких
in your lineup of products, which of the products should and should not be developed using AI? Well, that's an interesting question. No, I don't think that anytime soon we will be producing products that would be completely developed, designed by artificial intelligence. So no 100% AI products anytime soon, but we are going to expand the application of AI in our research. That's for sure. We'll see what new opportunities arise, because it feels like we will be able to optimize emissions into the atmosphere. We'll be able to do something extra, not only to minimize or remove the waste, but maybe we will be able to speed up the time to market, for instance, for the consumers. All of our products are rather complex. Our average life cycle takes, I mean, the R&D, the development, the product development life cycle is 18 months. So when some say that FMCG products are very easy to develop and it takes no time, well, not our products. Well, since you represent an international company that keeps working in the Russian market, there is this perception that consumers in Russia do not care very much about environmental protection. It doesn't matter to them. Probably I should have addressed this question to the marketing specialist rather than you, but well, we know the answer to this question. I can take it. It's all right. In fact, when we get feedback from consumers, and there are feedback forms on our website, and if you read the labels that we attach to our toothpaste, they are always written by our general director personally. You can also leave your feedback through those, inserts into the packaging. If consumers say they see some discrepancies, or they see that, say, the tube that is filled with toothpaste cannot be processed, cannot be recycled. There is a movement, there is whole movement that arises often from those comments. Well, starting from this year, all the tubes that are used in toothpaste production, where that are filled with the actual toothpaste, will be recyclable. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Olesya Sukhanas. What is your vision for the role of digital technologies in sustainable development? Good afternoon. It's wonderful that the environmental agenda is conquering the forums and conferences. I agree with the previous speaker in several respects. We too monitor the use of digital technologies for environmental protection purposes at our company. I have the slides. It all started back in 2018. This is when we started developing added value services that go beyond the standard telecom services. I had the IoT department. IoT is the technology, Internet of Things is the technology that's widely used for environmental monitoring purposes. We partner with industrial companies and also with the government. Our solutions are not really for consumers, but indirectly they are for consumers. We have our own platform for environmental monitoring. It's called Megaphone Ecologia. It's our own patented product. We got the patent in 2022, and now this product for monitoring of the environment works not only in Russia but also in other countries. Now, our platform is based on digital technologies, obviously. The strategy of digital transformation was initiated by the government, and it turned out that the whole industry of environmental protection was one of the first to switch to digital transformation. There are already 12 roadmaps for 12 different industries, but it is the environmental protection industry, the ecology industry, as it is known in Russia, already has all the details attached to that roadmap. And the society insists on implementation of those advanced technologies by large industrial manufacturers. Probably you are familiar with this intelligence data. According to the Ministry of Natural Resources, 60% of all contamination of the air, of the water, are generated by only 300 enterprises. Right now, the register of those negative impact enterprises, there are 500,000 different entities, and only 300 of them are responsible for the majority of, for most of the pollution. These are the projects that we have already implemented. You can find more information about them online. Big industrial enterprises of their own will conscientiously come to us to acquire the competencies and assistance in the field of, say, air monitoring, air quality monitoring. TGK-11 is the largest generation company, electricity generation company in the city of Omsk. Omsk is a participant of the National Ecology Project and also the sub-project Clean Air, which is part of this big national project. So, and they report to the management that they use online monitoring, and the IoT allows them to collect and report the data online to all the authorities and other stakeholders. There is another project in Cheripovets to be launched in the field of air monitoring. Cheripovets has a major steel plant. In Uzbekistan, we also started a project to monitor cleanliness of air. It turns out that Uzbekistan's legislation lags behind the Russian legislation, but now Uzbekistan enterprises are accountable for sharing the data on their efforts in the field of environmental protection with the government. So we help this first enterprise in Uzbekistan now through our platform. There is now yet another requirement. Big companies, big enterprises, and in Russia, the Russian Supervisory Authority for Environmental Protection is the main supervisor in the field. And now the companies have to share the data on emissions to air every 20 minutes, not every year, not every month, not every week, but every 20 minutes. Big enterprises have to share the air pollution data with the supervisor. Now, we are witnesses of a global major reform. It's been carried out for the past several years, and the government encourages the enterprises to switch to new technologies through rewards and penalties. For us, this project was a challenge, but the project now is operational. The data is shared in an uninterrupted mode with the environmental supervisor. Ackerman Cement also decided to include the CO2 monitoring. It is not mandatory under the law, but we were happy to help them with CO2 monitoring separately. Water. Data should be reported every 2 to 3 hours to the supervisor. Water is a difficult medium. It's very difficult to collect and share the data online, but and in real time. But it's something that we did. We organized monitoring of water in the Volga River for the Ministry of Natural Resources of the Nizhny Novgorod region. We were named the best ESG project in Russia in 2023. We're very pleased to receive this award. But now let's discuss the technologies proper. Well, generally, again, this digital transformation started before 2021, obviously. But, well, the digital transformation wants our industry to mature, right? And the technologies that are already employed in our industry are named on the slide. The Internet of Things, IoT, that's the simplest manifestation of this transformation. Sharing the data, reporting the data, bypassing labs and humans. The data is transferred directly to the supervisor and other stakeholders. Satellites and remote Earth sensing. You can collect so much information from the satellite images. You can monitor water reservoirs, you can monitor forests, you can monitor the rate of pollution, wildfires, everything. Remote Earth sensing. Now, artificial intelligence is actively used in simulation of the propagation of contaminants, and Skoltiak is one of the leaders in the field. Drones. We received recently a request from one of the far northern regions. There are herds of wild beasts there that needs to be monitored. The quantities need to be monitored, the movements need to be monitored. In the past, this was done using helicopters, but now this region came to us and asked us whether we can monitor those herds, those animals, without the helicopters, using drones. Well, we'll see if we can help them. Digital twins, I think everyone is familiar with that, and big data and intelligence. One system of automatic control, like the one that Ackermann Cement uses, every second collects and reports data along 70 different data points. Can you imagine the volume of information that it collects over a day, over a week? It's a lot of data, big data that can be used for strategic managerial decision making and planning. And speaking about the strategy, Rosprodnadzor, this is the main supervisor that controls all industrial facilities in Russia, also decided to adopt its own strategy. They have a strategy for digital transformation from 2022, and what the strategy prescribes is monitoring for wastelands. Wastelands must be monitored using AI. All kinds of violations and breaches of regulation should also be monitored and detected. IoT can also be used for environmental monitoring and production control, and based on that data, automatic action can kick in. The supervisors can either fine the enterprise or arrange for an audit. So this is already a reality. It's not some dream. These technologies are already working. They have already been deployed. And since we have already mentioned fines, maybe the fines, the penalties are not so high, but not every novel provision in the law, especially in the environmental legislation, has a counterpart in the Code of Administrative Offenses. But the system of automatic control, this is what every enterprise should have. And if they don't have it, then the Code of Administrative Offenses will kick in. The companies, the enterprises receive the grace period to implement the new provisions of the regulation, but very soon many companies will be fined unless they will implement those systems of control. And it's not just one tiny, meter or sensor. No, the system weighs several tons. It consists of many, many different elements. It takes time to manufacture such a control system. It takes time to commission it and start operating. So over here, you can see key provisions of Federal Law 219. This law introduced amendments to the main basic law on environmental protection, and these amendments call for the data to be reported to the supervisor. Of course, in the past, companies had control systems, but they used them only for their own production purposes, and never they wanted to share anything or plans to share anything with the outside world, with the third parties. And we now enable integration between the already installed sensors and the systems of the supervisor. Because again, the data is necessary not only in terms of the company's compliance with the supervisor's regulation, but the data is still necessary and relevant for the company's business purposes. So we provide integration with different available equipment, with different available software. We cooperate with many different vendors.
Такой интересный опыт. И вот поскольку мы всесторонне рассматриваем
And
всегда
since
мы состоим
we always take a comprehensive approach to all our projects. We are members of various working groups. We are aware of the public opinion. We study the data at the various polling institutions' websites.
направлен как раз, во-первых, на усиление контроля.
What the society wants is better control.
То есть опросы показывают, что улучшилось в целом.
And we know from the polls, from the surveys, that overall the attitude of the residents is improving. They see the changes, the positive changes in the quality of environmental protection in the country. But as one of the first items, one of the first priorities, the residents say that it's important to implement innovations, improve technology, and monitor the environmental situation in the regions of the industrial enterprises' presence. These technologies are very much in demand. They are used everywhere. And of course, we see that there is good promise to keep using them. You may have heard about the system of government monitoring to be launched. Different systems of monitoring will be implemented on a single platform, and data will be available on this portal on the environmental protection of the shelf of different industrial regions. And in conclusion of my talk today, there is another topic I wanted to raise. Technology is capable of collecting a lot of data, but we do not have any standards in the field. I know that the Ministry of Natural Resources initiated the process of standardization so that everyone uses the right kind of equipment, so that the equipment is placed in the correct locations. So we will be able to detect the tweaking of the data, so that data can be reused, so that there is no duplication in the system, so that the data is available, really available to those who can make use of them, so that the public has access to the data also. And of course, the data has to be interpretable. So I talked about standardization, right? And if there are questions, I am happy to take them. Thank you.
Я бы сказала, платформенное решение для бизнеса. Если можно,
what you're offering is a platform kind solution to the business. I've got a couple of questions, perhaps. What is the main driver for these solutions? Is it a business case? The turnover-based fines, are they too high? Or because, I mean, there are other drivers that make companies install these systems. Well, yes, there are drivers, and the most important one is the sanctions in the legislation. Unfortunately, this is what often happens. The companies do what the law tells them to do, but not always. For instance, air monitoring, the companies are not yet obliged to do it, but the companies do it because it's part of their positioning. It's the environmental agenda. It's presenting this enterprise as having nothing to hide, as environmentally friendly. Reputation is an important driver. And well, next to it is the public opinion. We still have social environmental conflicts. In the past, People didn't have access to the means of communication that are available to them today. Information flies around, it spreads around in seconds.
То есть вот это тоже. Ну и, кстати, безусловно, наука. Сейчас преподаю в университете.
And also science. I am a professor at the university. I read environmental monitoring. I see that young people are very interested in the subject.
Второй вопрос, понимаю, что...
I also have another question. I know that we have very little time left, but still,
Безусловно, мониторинг...
one more question to you. Yes, monitoring is the first and necessary step to change the environmental situation, but what about systems of recommendations? Or is there a demand for solutions that can help minimize the costs? Well, yes, in a way, forecasting is very much in demand. Forecasting and the decision-making system. This is what all industrial enterprises demand. And detecting the source of pollution. This is another product that's very much in demand. You know, everyone wants to prove that it was not their fault, it was the neighbor's fault, and all enterprises also depending on the landscape and the speed of wind and the direction of wind. They want to be able to project what their impact will be on the local community and what can they do to minimize that impact. And the forecasting mechanism is built into the smart city appliance. Certain risks can be forecasted, like floods, for instance. And there is much demand for it, that's true. Yes, thank you very much, thanks. Well, then I would like to turn to Mikhail.
Климатических стратегий, как мне кажется, ведут...
Climate strategy and climate reports. All these roads lead to Mikhail as a leading expert in the market. For me, it was news to find out that you are an active player in the digital solutions market. How did that happen? Right. Good afternoon. Well, it's pretty straightforward. Starting from last year, Russian companies need to report greenhouse gases emissions. That's part of the mandatory regulatory reporting. Right now, this provision applies only to the companies with a certain level of emissions, but in a couple of years' time, that threshold will be lowered, and many more companies will have to report. Besides, there is also sustainability reporting, and there the reports are much more complicated than the one that is prescribed by the state. There is another third type of reporting. If you deliver to Europe in CBAM system, it's an international system to regulate imports. The exporter, the supplier, needs to provide lots of different certificates and data on greenhouse gas emissions. If the company participates in the supply chain of the product that has carbon labels in the end, for instance, you know, Bridgestone, Continental, that make tires. They work with suppliers of artificial rubber. It took them a long time as one of our customers to produce the required papers. If you produce different products at your production site, it's very difficult to separate the environmental impact of one product from the impact of another product. To compute artificial rubber separately from all other outputs. So carbon is special ecology that penetrates the whole supply chain from the beginning to the end. I mean, carbon is something that you find from the very beginning to the end in every product. And we know something about our own sources of contamination, but not about the sources of contamination that could be allocated around our own enterprise. Carbon-containing products as inputs or outputs, or consumption of fuel, or consumption of electricity, hot water, air for ventilation. That's not about environment, but eventually it is about environment. So again, you get different sources of contamination. Different people are responsible for these sources of contamination. There is little coordination between the people. So it would be wonderful if we had distributed systems of data collection and setting up a, well, I wouldn't call it AI, but some unit that would be able to process the data. This unit should be able to put the right questions. This idea is not new. It's just that recently it's become very relevant. 20 years ago, we produced systems of carbon reporting for the Arkhangelsk paper plant. That was 2004, 20 years ago. I remember clearly. 5 to 6 years ago, we produced a much more detailed system for Leroy Merlin because the Arkhangelsk paper mill is one site. Leroy Merlin is 100 different sites and 3 types of business: a warehouse and a store, and transportation between them. And there are even more complex systems, multi-level systems, such as in vertically integrated companies like Gazprom or Lukoil. They want even more detailed and complex reporting systems that would be distributed by geographies and levels of decision making. Hence the idea to design a meta program or software that would generate the carbon emissions program or report. It's a kind of a Lego for carbon. You take different modules and you generate a reporting system for any kind of company of any level of complexity. And now we are looking for a partner to implement another idea. We don't want to produce a difficult big system for a big company such as Lukoil, but we want to do a simple internet version. You would enter the website, register, and compute your emissions. It will not be a carbon calculator. There are many of them out there, but it will be a system of reporting that will store data, recall data, analyze the data, etc. We received an award from the government of Moscow for this solution. And actually, the winner in this year was Sibur, and we produced their solution for them, and they got the first prize, and we got the second prize. It's a database that has a comfortable interface and an intelligence engine. I think that the next stage in carbon consulting is when consulting is split into technological consulting, when you provide the means of accounting, and when you help companies to answer the question, what am I going to do about all this data now? I think that the technological part will develop towards software and IT solutions and IT services online, but the proper consulting will progress towards development of carbon-free development and the decarbonization strategies and promotion of low carbon low carbon products to green environmentally sensitive markets. So this is the logic of our development. This is how our evolution looked like and looks like now. Well, Mikhail, given that now the communication with the European Union, also for our big exporters, is less relevant, so to say, and the product flows are now reoriented to the east, is there any change in the demand for such systems? Well, no, not really. No. The companies keep exporting. LLMK keeps exporting their rolled products to Europe. They have some premium rolled products. I remember this story. When did it happen? 3 years ago, when we did the carbon footprint of this premium product for NLMK, it was so outside of the customers' expectations. It was so much outside of the customers' expectations that they wouldn't sign the act of acceptance for 3 months. They made us double check and triple check 3 times all the stages of acceptance, like denial. What else is there, and all the way towards acceptance. We had to help them overcome the disbelief. It may sound funny, but it's not funny at all. The steel makers know that 1 or 2 tons of CO2 per ton of steel, but it was twice as much as what they expected. But now they have this huge program of carbon footprint control. And LMK was the first company to share the data on unit per unit CO2 emissions to their customers in Europe as part of the CBAN system. Well, the system is making first steps. It's just been implemented. Several thousands of European companies had to share their procurement data. At the best, 10 to 15% of those actually were capable of doing that, of producing the data. But that's not what alerted me. Later, there was news that the information was mostly provided on the products that were shipped from China. And I thought that was kind of sad. Why not from Russia? It turned out that the majority of companies from Russia don't know how to do it. Why? Because it's a different scale. CBAM covers all shipments above 150 euro, not thousands of euro, but 150 euro. 3 kilos, you supply something of 3 kilos, it's a carbon footprint, and companies don't know what to do about it. I think a good solution would be to simulate, to model, to generate automated systems that would answer the data in the language that's used to which they are used, and then the company will do the computing, or the software will do the computing and produce a report in the form that the customers want. As to reorienting to the Orient, I think China is much more demanding. They have a system of pollution regulation. Mostly it applies to large coal and steel companies, but they also have air traffic. They also have utilities. They have the automotive industry, whatnot. Yesterday, I was talking to a manufacturer of rapeseed oil in Russia. Can we do the carbon footprint for China, the footprint of this rapeseed oil? Well, can we lower the footprint? Well, it turns out that reorienting to the east doesn't mean turning away from the environmental agenda. Sometimes there the standards are even higher than in Europe. For many years, we were helping Russian companies to prepare reports for this carbon disclosure project, CDP. At best, about 30 companies participated. And you know how many Chinese companies participated in CDP? Several thousand. Okay, thank you very much, Mikhail. And now I'd like to ask my colleague to take the floor, Alexander.
В свете тех новостей, которые мы слышим о Орске. Собственно, расскажите, пожалуйста, об использовании искусственного интеллекта в
how AI is used in predicting extreme
что вы видите в этой тематике?
Weather events. Yes, thank you very much.
Александр, тут неправильная табличка
Hi,
немножко.
my name is Alexander. The nameplate is wrong.
Вообще, то есть с чего все дело началось несколько лет назад?
Now, how did it all start? A couple of years ago, an idea occurred that maybe we can correlate climate change and the frequency of natural disasters. We are not climate specialists, right? It's a disclosure. At Skoltech, that's the Center for Energy Transition, we have on our team people who are financiers, programmers, data scientists, mathematicians.
И как бы климат для нас
But we are
был
not
более чем как очередной
climate researchers. For us, climate is yet another dynamic system. It doesn't matter what you compute if you have the data, but it turns out it's not that simple.
И мы привлекли там большое количество экспертов для того, чтобы
So we had to engage many different
там
experts because we simply found ourselves not competent enough. It all started with a specific project with a specific task coming from an industrial customer. Everyone talks about climate change. We all know there is climate change, but what out of it? How much does it cost? And real damages, in many cases, most cases, when you analyze those rare events, usually it tends to be much higher than what is expected, or what you're insured against, or how much money you keep in the bank in case of such an emergency. Usually your costs run higher. Or, on the other hand, you keep there are cases where you reserve too much, where you keep too much money sitting on your account without any movement. They're not working. So the idea is it would be, yeah, of course, there was this, the Paris Agreement, the carbon tax, greenhouse gases emissions. We were working on this task, but then it all became financial. When we started modeling, when we did our first research, we decided that first we need to understand what can be simulated and what can't. I'm showing here in green what can be simulated. In gray is something that can't be simulated, or we don't have data, like earthquakes.
Это дело непонятно как влияет. То есть может быть как-то,
We don't know how climate affects earthquakes. Maybe it affects earthquakes. Or maybe it doesn't. We don't know. We just don't know. Not clear. And these are all models, right? It's not an accurate prediction. We are not soothsayers. It's a model. And the model operates certain metrics and has a certain quality. We selected 4 events and one more event of special in a category of its own, a degradation of permafrost. Why? Because of its nature. It has a different nature than the other events that we model. Permafrost is not an event, it's a process. So we took a different approach to the degradation of permafrost, but, well, one model per one phenomenon.
По сельскому хозяйству задачку.
In order to understand what the implications may be for agriculture, for instance, we did those projects, the agricultural land use and how it changes under the influence of climate. Are we going to have arable land in this area in 10 years' time or not? This is the architecture of the model, a lot of data, a lot of pre-processing, quite challenging and different models. Another side of the story is the models themselves. Look, this is climate change So, okay, climate is going to change and the frequency of extreme events will change. There will be more of them or there will be less of them. It will change somehow. In order to understand the climate, there are scenarios of greenhouse gases emissions that we use as input data. Big climate models that are produced by the climate institutes, we use them as one of the inputs for our calculations. And you have to understand that, I mean, things are changing, right? And probably it's time for us to update the model. Well, I'm saying all of this for you to understand that this is not a weather forecast. It's not like we are forecasting the weather for the next 5 days. The our models last 100 years. Well, okay. The quality is very poor, but within a period of 1 year, because we are calibrated against real data from meteo stations, the performance is quite acceptable. We compute the model for 1 year ahead, then we break it down in 2 months, then we retrain the model again. This is the output. We don't have time to discuss the output. Otherwise, we'll never leave the conference today. The modeling process, the simulation process. First, you describe the physical component. And here we invite experts who help us understand the physics of the process. On top of that, we put some modern methods and techniques of analysis, and then we do computing. So again, we cooperated with the Institute of Geography of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The Nobel Prize winners helped us. I don't know, Alexander Chernokursky, lots of different colleagues helped us adjust our process. As a result, what we get is the map of risks. The brighter is the color, the higher the probability of strong winds.
65-й широты, вот где-то вправо в углу, это Японское море.
The Sea of Japan is somewhere to the right. It's in the right corner. This is calculation for 2024. We did the calculation in 2023, and indeed in January 2024, in the area of the Sea of Japan, they had a major storm, very strong winds, or floods. Here, the problem is with data.
Приходится делать интерполяции, которые сильно-сильно занижают качество.
And this kind of model requires a lot of interpolations, which reduces the quality very much. 100 kilometers between the hydro levels on a river, that's a lot. That's too much. So here are some metrics.
Модель рельефа. То есть, если мы все те
Or the landscape, the relief. For the wind, for instance, the scale is 27 by 27 kilometers. And for the industries that require our solutions, this is sufficient. But in this case, it's not. And we had to take a high quality of the relief model. 90 meters is the step of the scale. It took us 21 days to compute the first model, and the longer the period of simulation, the longer it takes. Now we can compute the models within 3 days, but still it takes a lot of time and a lot of computing power.
Валидация оценки качества текущей ситуации.
We want to validate the quality. We want to validate the data for Orsk because of all the floods there. Here we calibrate against weather rather than climate. We don't see the dam on the relief. On high quality, even on our in our data, we do not see the dam, and because there is no dam, there is an error. But still, it shows you how the water will disseminate. Again, you still need humans there in the process to check everything. I will skip some of the events. This is permafrost. for many years ahead. What we simulate is the depth of sowing. So, okay, you model strong winds. Strong winds are going to happen. Okay, happy for you. What do you do next? You calculate the damages. To calculate the damages, you need to understand the regional costs. This is the map of assets. You collect the data. There are mistakes there too. Besides, there are military facilities somewhere in the vicinity that you can't place on the map and include into your damages calculation. But it gets you an idea of what the damages might be, what the range might be. What's next? Well, if there are strong winds in the port, for instance, in the commercial port, Novorossiysk, in Novorossiysk. I don't have the case here, but anyway, I think it was 21 meters per second, was it? The cranes stopped, the port closed down, the port incurred losses, businesses incurred losses because all your tankers are standing idle. Everyone is standing idle. So we customize this damage calculation function, flooding of different buildings. This is your costs function depending on the type and scale of the extreme event that hits you. It is all approximated. That's why we call it a universal function. We are still writing an article, but very soon we will publish our paper.
О том, как добавить ее в функцию убытков мерзлоту. Здесь мы считаем через фундаменты.
Adding permafrost to the cost computing function.
Можно сказать, что
we look at the foundations and the pillars. Well, of course.
Да там уж половина зданий.
You travel to Yakutsk, half of the buildings that are built not on the foundations that are actually recorded in the files. Well, yeah, I understand that. We don't know what was really used for the foundation, and we take the data that's available. So it means that you will not be able to tell you that tomorrow your area will be flooded, but we want the business to be ready based on the available data. We want people to be able to take some management decisions.
На фоне того, что им подсказали модельки. Ну вот, собственно, касаемо потерей, затопило магазин, например,
damages.
This
supermarket was flooded.
20 миллионов, 18 миллионов. Ну, то есть вот как бы
the losses were about 20 million, but the insurance company paid out 1.5 million. But probably the insurance company could have computed the insurance premium differently if they had access to this model.
На самом деле тем, по которым мы можем смоделировать такие риски.
Well, there are many different scenarios for which you can simulate these risks, but the question that interests everyone, given that these calculations were done for a big commercial bank, what is the payback
быстро банк смог покрыть
for Sberbank? How did Sberbank cover the costs of your work, of this project? Well, it took less than a month. I mean, they paid back. No. Once again, start again. I'm not going to disclose the numbers, but the payback period for the customer was less than 1 month.
Я думаю, действительно, можно без конкретных цифр, но действительно в данном случае, когда мы говорим об одном из системообразующих банков страны,
this is a major bank. It's a systemic bank. I don't think there are many investment projects that can compete in terms of ROI with this one. Now, very quickly, we also simulated the average life cycle of small and medium businesses in the regions. Again, based on available data, obviously. One of our current projects, for instance, is we look at low frequency extreme events, but adjusted for weather. We can now simulate for a period of 14 days short-term models. As to other tasks where we applied AI, well, I could stay here until the evening and give you many more business cases or case studies. Right. Thank you very much. You've shared with us your insights and your experience, many different cases of digital solutions that can be used for the purposes of sustainable development. It would be wrong of us to leave the session without discussing the problems. And once again, I would like all the panelists to go around answering the, to take my question one by one. What are the main risks and challenges related to AI and other digitalization systems? Is there anything unique in the field of sustainable development that affects the risks?
Искусственного интеллекта и других
Well, I believe that when using AI and other data,
среду, да,
a
экосистему,
full-fledged environment and ecosystem must be built, which would include data and humans and the environment.
пользоваться конкретному потребителю, который будет
Our
оценивать
products are consumed by specific people, by consumers.
переработки, которые должны включаться в эту систему, потому что ничто не идеально в нашем мире.
Recycling should be part of our products.
Поэтому, разумеется, искусственный интеллект ставить во
So
главу угла
AI,
сейчас не приходится, несмотря на то, что у нас сейчас большой фокус на цифру.
although there is a lot of focus on data science, AI can't and it can't dominate.
Вопрос вы упомянули в предыдущей части своего выступления внедрение кодекса использования ИИ. Почему? И какова задача?
Почему
What is
кодекс?
the role of the code of ethics?
Хороший вопрос.
Oh, the code of ethics. This is a good question.
Мы его внимательно изучали. Ко всем
We were approached with the idea to sign this code. We studied the code.
обязательства, которые будут исполняться только ради того, чтобы
Like we study all of the documents that require us to commit to something. We don't want to take some steps that will only serve PR purposes.
на зеркало заднего вида невозможно смотреть на искусственный интеллект далеко впереди идущего, да, взглядом. Поэтому интересует нетворк, да, в котором ряд вопросов.
We decided that this is a good networking opportunity because other companies have already gained experience. It would be interesting, useful for us to study that experience.
Я думаю, мы будем использовать в том числе в своей жизни.
Today we heard many things that I think that we'll be able to take on board in our business processes.
Основы, которые заложены в кодексе, нам близки, импонируют.
The code's principles are, I mean, we can relate to them and we find them valuable. Alicia?
Он вообще очень даже понятен.
Well, my answer to this question consists in three factors. There are three factors that arrest the development and the implementation of technologies. One is the cost. We've got the payback periods. We know that complex IoT solutions payback period is roughly a year. It's expensive, and often the budgets, be they government or private budgets, cannot always sustain the cost of those technologies. The second factor that prohibits the adoption of these technologies is skills. AI and other technologies are very efficient, they're supported by the government, but often
которые будут ее применять. Я думаю, что все с этим тоже.
People don't want to get involved with AI. You know, there is resistance from the current employees. And the third factor is cyber risks.
Вызывают, поскольку мы работаем в B2B сегменте, да, с промышленностью и с госорганами, и нередки случаи атаки на устройств, атаки на систем, и данные, которые зачастую являются ключевыми,
We know
значимыми,
that attacks happen, that data leaks, that data about the structure of production and other sensitive data can get stolen. So these three factors have the greatest impact. And of course, we try to find ways around them. We optimize the cost of implementation. We offer some lightweight service models when a company can subscribe to a particular technology, but we keep the technology itself on our books. This makes it simpler and cheaper for the companies. And we also organize events and activities, and we've got lots of cyber security educational activities. Right, thank you very much. The data on pollution is quite intimate operational data that potentially may interest the intruders. Well, actually, the data is this kind of data is the basis for sanctions. And if, well, the data goes directly to the supervisor, the data is compared there automatically, and the supervisor is already ready to operate the data. But of course, apart from the supervisor, there are other third parties who might be interested in knowing the information. Mikhail? Okay, in case of greenhouse gases and reporting, technology is the means, it's secondary. And technology should not replace the goals and objectives of the company. If you think that someone will compute your data for you, well, yes, someone can compute your data for you, but it will not save the company. It will not help the company. The management needs to be involved. The employees needs to be involved. The company must be interested in improving the quality of the data. And then there are solutions that help reduce contamination, like microgeneration, the solar generation. This technology is wonderful, but it's especially wonderful if it's connected to the grid and you've got an integrated program that allows you to create one big source of energy out of a lot of tiny ones. A couple of years ago, I first heard about a company that doesn't have a single solar battery, supplies electricity in the British market. It acts as an Uber. Like Uber doesn't own taxis, but this company has software that integrates lots of different small batteries, lots of solar batteries, and they have become a supply in the market. So microtechnology turned macro technology. I think this is very exciting. Alexander, from your perspective, I understand that you represent here the academic community rather than businesses or other participants, but what's the future of these technologies in the sustainable development agenda? Well, I think that the biggest headache is data.
Но что-то помоделировать, надо большие данные. Это вот big data наука.
To simulate something, you need to have big data. Big data science. There aren't any normal systems of flooding. We did a hydro host model. It took us 6 months that would simulate how water would rise. And there were still a lot of mistakes. It takes us half a year to cleanse the data by hand.
Данные собирать в таком-то формате, так-то хранить. Вот,
You can't tell people that they should collect the data and store the data in such and such format. Big banks and corporations, and especially banks, they are very advanced in this respect. They're real pioneers, but the way they collect the data, their data marts, is so cool. If something like that would be prescribed by the legislation, like now people are discussing a single system to monitor permafrost and some other events, that monitoring should be organized. Well, that's all right, but I'm not sure how this is going to be organized technically. If the data would be open source, that we could take, it would be great.
Мы по каждой модельке пишем статью, да, у нас тоже
For
есть.
every model, we publish an article. It's one of our KPIs, actually. When we publish articles in international magazines, I mean, you have to model events outside of Russia if you publish outside of Russia. You have to use other data. So European data sets of a different quality. Not everywhere, but their quality is much, much better. Krasnodar Krai region, 7 weather stations in a huge region. 7, that's too little for their territory. And everything is collected. I mean, it took us a lot of time to get the data. It was very expensive because they were selling the data. I mean, if we have more data and free data, the benefit will be tremendous. Now, this is an important topic. We have not talked about it yet. The risks. Now the companies must take into account climatic risks, but the risk statistics is so awful, even at the level of an enterprise. They've got statistics of failures. They've got statistics of production stops, but they do not match this data with climatic and weather events. Maybe in 5% of cases, there is some reference that during that time, outside, it was minus such and such, or plus that many. It just happened, you know, an event at the production facility just happened, as if in a vacuum. When you start preparing reports for the customers, first thing we begin with is the statistics of failures, statistics of stops. We had this excellent project, a big company, they mine ore. What's it called? What's it called? A pit, right? It's called an iron pit, right? They need to have a forecast for 20-25 years that, and the closest weather stations to them are at a distance of 100 kilometers. And one of those weather stations says that the trend is for the climate to become drier, and the second one says it will be wetter. But this company, this orbit, is right in the middle between these two weather stations. So which data should we use? Here in this location. I agree, data is the greatest problem. Okay, it looks like Alexander pronounced the word that triggered all of our speakers. Well, yeah, I agree with colleagues. You monitor the climate or weather, and usually you are guided by the provisions of Russian Meteorological Service. 50 to 100,000 residents is the main indicator for placing the weather station. Everything below that threshold, no one gets their own weather stations, meteor stations. But big cities, especially Rosatom cities, for instance, they are small. They are below that threshold. And this is what we tell people to do, that they need to also use weather stations as part of their projects, even if they never thought about ordering one before they came to us for the meters. We have many different isolated systems that do not talk to each other, that are not integrated, and you can't reuse the data, really. That's why we hope that We read the specification, hundreds of integrations, etc., etc. We hope very much that this project is realized, and then we will be able to make use of its output. Well, the important thing is that it happens fast, so that we have time to use the data. February next year is the deadline. Oh, all right.
Хочу
What's the
подытожить.
commissioning date? Okay, to summarize the discussion, I guess I will be the last speaker today.
Интеллект, а потом искусственный интеллект.
So in artificial intelligence, in this phrase, the word intelligence is more important than artificial monitoring systems, all systems actually.
Между друг другом, и тогда
They should be compatible, they should be matchable, if you will, and only after that we will attain synergy.
Центризма компаний мы должны перейти к...
And the output will be meaningful.
Спасибо большое. Действительно, мне кажется, прекрасное резюме
Right,
сессии.
thank you very much. A brilliant summary of our session. When we talk about the sustainable development agenda, we mean a system that incorporates the environment and the society, which is part of this environment, and also business, which is part of the society. So it's like nested dolls, Russian dolls. This forum is the right platform to highlight the topics that are relevant for the practitioners these days that use digital technologies in order to solve various environmental issues.
Тем болям, тем ложкам дегтя, которые, к
I
сожалению,
hope that next time we also have representatives of the regulators on the stage during this panel. I'd like to thank our speakers. I understand that we are taking time from your lunch, so I suggest that you address your questions to the speakers offline. Thank you.
Всем добрый день.
Good
Приветствую
afternoon,
вас.
everyone. Welcome to the Russian Internet
Казарян,
Governance
я
Forum.
директор
My name
политики
is
АНОС.
Karen Kazaryan. I'm Director for Intelligence with Digital Economy NGO. Today we'll talk about data-driven economy. We'll talk about using the data in government and in business, and which mechanisms do we need
Так и в бизнес-контуре.
so that the business and government data collection will be balanced out against the rights of the users and the regulatory mechanisms that provide for protection of privacy and various types of data.
В связи с этим все больше и
The
больше.
data-driven economy is the latest national project. And of course, people talk about the need to collect more and more data also in the government, in the field of
Предполагается
government.
повышать,
On the other hand,
поскольку доверие пользователей к обработчикам данных.
The trust of the users to the data handling or organizations has been undermined by various leaks, and therefore there is a need to improve data protection. So today we're going to try to understand what are the possible ways out. Are there any technological solutions that can be used in order to ensure that balance? And together with me, we've got Galina Zhuklin and with ABD, Maria Sakina from RAEC, Association of Electronic Communications, Alexander Yukhno with the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, Irina Leova with the Internet Research Institute, Marat Takhaviv with Big Data Association. Again, I'd like to start with the big question. What is trust in the sphere of data? Is there a clicker? Good. Can you put up the slides, please?
Пока выводит презентацию, я, наверное,
Okay, while we're getting ready with the slides, I will walk on the stage so that you do not fall asleep. Recently, I read a lecture called Data Exchange and Trust. Probably we should have called our session as this, Data Exchange and Trust. I can better understand this kind of title than the one that's used for our session today. And during that lecture that I delivered, and I was talking to the students who studied data management and trust, they were all young people. I realized that for them, these matters are really fundamental. Why? Why trust plays such a huge role in data exchange? I realized that we need to raise this topic to a higher level. Sometimes behind various technological aspects, we tend to forget about the big question of why. Why do we do this? Why do we need it? Let me start by showing you. Just a second, where was the slide? I want to put you in the right mood for the presentation. Now, this is boring, and that's boring too. Now, here is the important thing. Whenever we discuss trust in general and trust in the data market, you can take a look at this picture. There is a man in the middle of this picture. Can you trust this man? Ask yourselves the way he is looking at others, the way he's sitting, what he's wearing. Just try to measure the level of trust that you have to this gentleman.
С тем, что вот есть теперь.
And how about now?
Если что, справа это Папа Римский. Он
This is the
целует
Pope.
заключенного.
And the Pope is kissing the feet of this prisoner. This gentleman is a prisoner. And sometimes the Pope does that. When I look at these two pictures, my trust to the gentleman is higher when I see the big picture, all of it. If the Pope trusts this man, and if I trust the Pope, or if I trust the Patriarch, it's just that I never saw him kissing the feet of prisoners. But otherwise, I would have used that picture instead. But my trust to this gentleman, unfortunately, I do not know his name, is increased. And I could be stopping here, but let me use several other illustrations to bring this point home. So basically, the trusted intermediary
взаимодействие между
or
участниками
go between in various interactions
является ключевым фактором.
in the social or economic field is the key factor.
Настолько подробно, что мне придется даже...
Now let's add a little bit more details to this picture. Let's first refer to Wikipedia. I respect it very much, and all the people who manage Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia,
в системе
economy is an activity and public relations in the area of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption of goods and services. As a result of this activity, there is good supporting the livelihood of people is generated. Here's my definition, because I don't understand the other one. I think that the economy is an activity that's aimed at transforming or acquiring, well, either it's transforming or acquiring resources to transform them into values, or increasing the value of values to satisfy the needs of people. And during economic activity, there is an exchange of values, not goods and services, but values that takes place. Goods and services are exchanged by
Мы обмениваемся
artificial
ценностями.
intelligence, but we as carriers of natural intelligence, we exchange values, values that satisfy our basic needs.
Это необходимая
And
инфраструктура.
here is another statement that I want to make. Trust is the required infrastructure to exchange values. If I exchange something with you, I must first establish some trusted contact with you. If there is no trust between us, there will be no exchange. I will not trust you. And in the same fashion, telecom channels are infrastructure for information exchange, just like trust is infrastructure for exchange of values. What are the factors of trust that we can identify? There's loyalty, there is trust or reliance on the exchange tools, several other, you can read them yourselves, but the most important one in the context of this talk is the presence of trusted intermediaries and observers, the popes.
Это экономический актив, информация.
Data is value, data is an economic asset,
Участники
and
обмена
that's
данных.
why we talk so much about data. Here are three categories of data exchange process participants. There is business, there is citizens, and there is the state. There is also personal data that the citizens exchange with the businesses and the governments. There can be also a data exchange between the business and the government. But these two links, two of these links we are not going to discuss because citizens can exchange their own data between themselves. We're not interested in that, and the governments can also exchange data internally and outside with other countries. We are not going to discuss that, but let's talk about several other relations. What are the key trust factors in the relations between citizens and
Это оценка
businesses?
желаний контрагента, то есть когда вы понимаете, зачем ему нужны мои
You have
данные.
to understand why your counterparty needs your data or wants your data. So if I share my personal data with the bank, then the bank will provide me with a service. So I get an idea that, yeah, the bank wants to make money on me. And I hope you understand that bank is not a charity organization. And every time you give your consent to use your data, The data, you must understand that the data will be used, well, if not against you, but your data will be used to make money with this data. Then the citizens also share their data with the state in order to get some preferences. Mostly, they will get government services in return, so the stability and resilience of the counterparty over time is an important factor. This factor is more important in the relations with the state than in the relations with the business. Even if it's a huge company, a big bank, it may be gone tomorrow. We have known such cases in the past when size couldn't save an economic entity from disappearing or requiring new owners. But with the state, it's slightly easier. When you go to the e-government center, you will know that it will be there in 5, 20 years time, whatever. Business to business, this is less interesting to us. I represent the Association of Big Data, and the association is comprised of largest banks and telecom operators. On this slide, I specifically circled this lower line, the bottommost line. It says trusted intermediaries in business relations. And here we talk about various data, aggregated user data, or any kind of data that the businesses may gather. Intermediaries, trusted intermediaries, is absolutely key.
В повышение этого
It
доверия.
makes a huge contribution into increasing trust, just together with assessing the intentions of the counterparty. Businesses understand business very well. When a bank talks to a bank, they know why they need the data. And also, you have to be assured of the instruments of exchange. This is the technology aspect. In the relationship, the companies basically trust each other, they rely on each other. Before they exchange data, they check the counterparties, they do audits, they make sure that technology and standards comply with their own requirements.
Данными
When
между
exchanging data
государством, присутствие доверенных посредников является в принципе
with
ключевым.
the government, the presence of trusted intermediaries is the key factor, basically the only one. Because business doesn't always understand why government wants certain data, the government doesn't always understand what's the sense in having the data and how the data can be monetized in business. Well, reliance on the tools of exchange, it can be different because people are different and the principles, the technological principles differ between the government and the states. There is legislation on the one side, on the other hand, we've got commercial interests. So trusted intermediaries or observers,
Он является
I
ключевым.
showed you, right, is key.
Что вот эта вот идея, которую я сейчас попытался вам
So this
проиллюстрировать,
idea that I tried to illustrate with several slides has
вот
technical,
мы в
technological, and
ассоциации
organizational
этим занимается.
implementations.
Если бы у него была
Marat could give you more information on that. Marat is going to talk about something else, but actually Marat is an expert on trusted intermediaries. It's an organizational structure that performs that role. It's
технологическая,
a special dedicated technological space secured
в том числе в стек.
by the government standards, including stack. We've got a
И
certificate of compliance, and sanitized data can be processed there
органов государственной власти, они
together
могут
with other information coming from the government. The government can place the data onto this platform in a secure way, and they know it's secure because we have the stack certificate. And then this infrastructure ensures targeted use of the data and provides access to the data. I will not bore you further with the technical details. I think the information will be available. It's not like it's a secret or anything. And these are the arrangements, the flow charts, basically, of processes between the companies and the government that exchange or that facilitate information exchange. At the moment, a trusted intermediary entity can only be created under the regime of experimental
Создается правовое пространство,
an experimental it's a special legal regime that provides exemptions from the current law. There is say you have a program to implement a service, but we don't know yet whether it will pose any risks, whether leakages are possible. So we experiment for 3 years under this regime. We are monitoring for risks. If the risks are low or if there are no risks, then we will be able to take these exemptions from the law and turn them into general provisions of the law.
Потребности и цели этих экспериментально-правовых режимов.
Those experimental legal regimes are explained on these slides. The regulators are always involved. There are supervisory groups, working groups that approve of the program and monitor its execution. The platform operators are also present. So we developed all of this. We are waiting now to get all the approvals.
Называется она там доверенный посредник, такая зонтичная песочница. Я очень надеюсь,
It
что
will be a kind of an umbrella sandbox, if you will, called the trusted intermediary. It's a pity that we do not have regulators today on the panel, but I hope very much that this year the program will be adopted and the level of trust in the data market will be enhanced
более
so
спокойные
that we will all benefit. We
если мы говорим с точки зрения там коммерческих структур, более
it will give
спокойно
us comfort in our business relations. We will be able to securely use the services
или там
that utilize personal data.
Свои данные в обмен на какие-то преференции, не боясь, что это обязательно куда-то утечет, потому что мы доверяем нашим контрагентам, мы знаем
Because we will be able to trust our
регуляторам,
counterparties, because there are trusted intermediaries verified by the regulator who will monitor compliance with all the regulation and the principles of good faith business practices with respect to personal data.
этического использования данных. Коллеги, я на этом
Colleagues,
остановлюсь.
I'm done.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Такой
Готов ответить на
вопрос.
вопрос.
Well, thank you.
Есть.
Yes, I have a question.
Назад на один шаг к философской стороне. У нас есть, понятно,
It's a little bit of philosophical nature. We know that there are means of encryption, there are means of sanitizing the data, and then there is this organization, an entity, and then there are practices.
Сущности. Есть у нас, например, там блокчейн, технология распределенного реестра, где
Such as blockchain and distributed ledger. And the engineers are saying that the trust doesn't exist per se. Well, we can create it through technology. And then there are lawyers who are guided in their activity by professional ethics. There is a law, there is the legal secrets, and there is self-regulation and the code of ethics.
Для того, чтобы ему, собственно говоря, доверять. Когда мы говорим о сфере данных, ну, компании
In the
все равно
field of data,
перед своими владельцами, акционерами.
well, the companies are primarily accountable to and responsible to their owners and shareholders. In case of intermediaries, should intermediaries follow any rules of ethics? Should it be present there? Well, I'd say that ethics is the main asset that such an intermediary possesses. Yes, an intermediary can be a for-profit organization and derive profits out of its activity, but by definition, it should structure its activity on the basis of ethics. Otherwise, there won't be any trust.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to our next speaker, Alexander Yukhno, with the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. This academic institution does a lot of research in the field of digital transformation for the government. We've got the ratings, the methodologies, lots of other tools that government uses.
Какова, на ваш взгляд, роль?
So, what's your point of view? What is the role of big data in the field of public governance in Russia and elsewhere? Karen, thank you very much. And colleagues, hello. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak at this event with so many experts in presence. Big data and intelligence algorithms are a salient feature of public governance in the near future. Big data in this context should be considered as an asset that should be managed at every stage in its life cycle. The more data intelligence is used in decision making by the government, the more efficient the system will become. I mean, the system of managing the data. We admit that the transition period will take some time. Transformation doesn't happen overnight, and the real effect from big data analytics is felt when these outputs are used to solve real-life problems. That's why you often read in publications that we need to have strategy to support data management policies of the government. Usually the strategies are aimed at three targets: understanding the needs of the residents, taking decisions on the basis of big data, mobility, and the speed of exchange of data. So in this context, we need to talk about strategic big data management. Analysis shows that the strategy focuses or should focus on the architecture infrastructure of big data, digital transformation of public governance, and HR, the availability of the competencies and skills in the area. So we see that relations between the government and society change, and there is a need to create a shared ecosystem, digital ecosystem, with big data at the center of it, together with the algorithms to process the big data. Recently, the platform-based approach is actively implemented. It improves the performance, and the feedback from the citizens in real time allows us to improve the quality of requirements to the tasks that are being solved in this area. We are moving now to a new stage. We will have to revisit the principles of public administration in the country and to move to another stage that will allow us to shift from the e-government to digital government. This will require the change of the very fundamentals of the government's functioning, internal processes, provision of government services, creating new corporate culture, etc., etc. In literature, we read that there is a need to conclude a new public agreement that will allow us a social compact, social contract that will allow us to improve the quality of personal data handling, improve the trust, by introducing tools that fight abuse of the privilege of the government, so that in the end we would have a system that would be that would cover all of the territory of Russia and would administer the big data sets. There are many recommendations and to this effect, but it's important for our discussion to say that for the government, it's important to implement a data that would consider big data as a standard entity in the public administration. So we need to have tools that would be standardized, that could be adaptable, that would be able to assess the quality of big data processing. We must remember also about the personnel, the skills, knowledge, the expertise of the municipal and government officials need to be improved continuously, and they should get KPIs in achieving these national goals. These goals will not be achieved without standardizing the terminology in the area, so it would be useful to have a standard glossary or a dictionary that would contain all the necessary definitions. Right, thank you. Can I ask you something that's related to statecraft? Many different entities, institutions, government agencies collect the data, but it looks like the data is not integrated, it's not used efficiently for the public administration purposes. So overall, there is a lot of trust that people have to the government in terms of its ability to store the data. But on the other hand, when it comes to PPP projects, they worry that the data from the government systems may be used or monetized for other purposes. So what can the government do in order to improve the trust, to enable efficient interdepartmental exchange of data, and
бизнесом по использованию государственных данных?
How should it structure its relations with the business and in the use of government data? Well, this is an important question. Thank you very much. We understand that these technologies will be implemented in the government very soon. For our country, the biggest priority is the technology sovereignty. And then when you will have to progress from import replacement to import advancement or acceleration, at least in some areas. Besides, there is a need for value-focused and highly skilled specialists who would be able to implement all these decisions
в качестве инструментов стратегического планирования.
Correctly. Technology should be part of the strategic planning process. Besides the technology and the use, should assist in attainment of the national development goals. Data storage is also extremely important. You have rightfully pointed out that often the governments and corporations create shared data warehouses. So in this regard, all parties need to understand the duties and obligations, and stakeholders should be engaged in this process to create common trust. And also, All these activities will have no meaning unless we can demonstrate the value from the use of these technologies to all citizens. We should speak the language that people understand. We should use the terminology. We should explain some terms that maybe the elderly will not be able to understand, but probably it will be they will be understandable for the younger generation. But the younger generation doesn't think long term. They can't see over long horizons. Right. Thank you.
Технологическую составляющую.
Okay, now we know that there are always new emerging technologies for data processing. And these technologies aim to increase the trust to the data that they process and the mechanisms of processing, and at the same time protect the data. Maria Sekina from RIAC. Yes, right. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Gleb in his presentation has mentioned sanitizing or redacting or anonymizing. One of the recent trends is the technology of enhancing privacy. They also abbreviated as PETs, PET. In the context of data-driven economy, one of the goals is to find a balance between data protection and increasing the data that's circulating, that is processed. And the data can be covered by different regimes, including commercial secrets, intellectual property, or healthcare secrets, etc. Now, what do we have today? On the one hand, we all agree that data exchange is essential for the development of innovative technologies, including AI and the data-driven economy. On the other hand, the level of trust to data exchange in the society is not too high. Over here, you can see the findings from a recent national poll on national priorities. Half of the respondents of this poll are not willing to share data with anyone, including the state. Because the previous speaker said that people tend to trust the state and not the business. Well, actually, no, people do not trust the state either. And the majority of respondents are totally not sure that both businesses and the government will be able of protecting their data. And there is another important aspect, trust of the organization to the use of data that they possess. According to Forrester, about 60 to 73% of data in possession of the organization that they collected on legal grounds. They own them, but they sit on the shelves. They are not involved in analytics in any way because there are stringent regulatory requirements. There are fears that the data may leak, and there are also fears about sanctions, penalties, fines, and such like.
Для разрешения этой коллизии, ну что можно сделать? Можно, конечно.
Find a way out of this predicament. The data can be completely anonymized. They can be cleansed of all possible identifiers, so that data can never be restored in its original shape. But the problem is if you remove all of the identifiers, you also remove all of the useful properties of data that can be used in processing. The data becomes a brick that you again can put on the shelf, look at it, admire it. The data will be totally secured, but to use the data as is definitely not possible because this leads to substantial risks for the data owners, both individuals and owners of commercial data. So finding the balance is the job that many of the regulators around the world assumed. One of the solutions that is proposed today that has been considered are the so-called privacy enhancing technologies, PETs. There are different definitions. I'm quoting from only 3 of those. So the idea is that it's a big stack of technologies. Technologies include both hardware and software, and it's one of the features to secure the data while also protecting privacy and confidentiality of the data. What are these technologies? Well, actually, there is a long list of them, but in the documents that I produced, the ones that you see now on the slide are frequently encountered. Some of them have been around for a long time: key anonymity, differential privacy. There are newer technologies like trusted execution environments or synthetic data. Matt is going to talk about that in greater detail. I'll skip the technical details now. So again, it's not a complete list. There is a whole stack of those technologies. Then I'm providing 2 slides with the description of those technologies and their pros and cons. The presentation will be available later. You can read it yourselves, but you will see that one of the columns on the slide is the last column with limitations or restrictions. None of these technologies is universal. Each of the technologies should be used on a case-by-case basis and taken into account all of the available aspects, such as which data we process, what is our goal, what are the tools that we use to protect them, how are we going to share the data, and the like. And of course, there are many recommendations as to how you can make your choice, how you can select the technology. And many of them recommend that these techniques be used in combination. For example, one of the more popular combinations is synthetic data together with differential privacy. What does business think about all of that? What do regulators think about it? The business's opinion is represented here as the forecast of future market insights. In 10 years, the market will grow more than tenfold. The average annual growth rate is expected to exceed 26%. So businesses invest in these technologies actively because they see promise in them. The promise is to reduce the amount of data that sit as dead weight on their accounts, and at the same time to protect themselves from the sanctions of the regulators. Why? Because the regulators themselves insist on using these technologies. Over here, again, I'm providing a list of various documents issued by these regulators on the subject of these technologies. In the last couple of years, they published many different papers. In the United States, probably they have the best, the most detailed landscape. They adopted the executive order on safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. Then in September, that's from October 2023. In April, they adopted a national strategy to advance privacy preserving data sharing and analytics. And in September, the draft Privacy Enhanced Technology Research Act was proposed in the EU as part of EU for Health. Grants are provided to research these PETs to develop the European space of health data. Health data are data within a special category that are subject to quite intricate rules. So the EU regulators believe that pets can help us involve more of those data into operation. They organize hackathons on these technologies, etc. And of course, regulators in the area of privacy and personal data protection in different countries around the world publish recommendations, opinions, reports. Everyone seems to be very positive, to have a positive outlook on the use of privacy enhancing technologies. I will finish off with asking this rhetorical question. Are pets the solution to all problems? Of course not. They are not a silver bullet. None of these technologies is universal or versatile. All of them have their upsides and downsides. And since they are relatively new, we still have not researched all of their aspects. Many regulators do note that standards are required, and of course there is a need to harmonize their use and generally in regulating the personal data. And what's their status? If we apply one of these technology to personal data, then the personal data, would they belong to the same category? Would they still be considered personal data, or would they be anonymized data or some other kind of data? However, there is a future, and high hopes are associated with these technologies to enable further information exchange, expanding that field. I do not see that in Russia people talk about these technologies very much. However, I believe that in the context of data-driven economy development, more attention will be paid to new technologies, including advanced ones, and not only sanctions and repressive tools will be used in the area of data protection. Thank you. Thanks. I have a question, and I do have a question. May I first ask a question?
Передовая сфера.
Well, yes, indeed. This is quite a cutting-edge technology, and judging by the recommendations and documents that are already out, do you know whether in Europe pets will be available not only to big businesses, but do you think that pets will be widely used? No, no, no. I think that yes, they are intended for the massive scale. I think that the main target is the small and medium businesses, actually, not big businesses. I mean, the target of all these publications and opinions and guidelines and whatnot, because SMBs have their stacks of technologies and big businesses have other stacks of technologies, and they have more money than small medium businesses. SMBs, they rely on patents mostly, and these technologies can work with patents. So all this work about concerned with standardization or the codes of best practices, I think it is aimed at small companies because they do not have their own big resources. They will be able to take that off the shelf and just put it into their practice. Yes, I have a question. As a follow-up to our yesterday's session on cybersecurity, you have mentioned that pets, privacy enhancing technologies, they are promoted by the governments. The governments recommend companies to use them. Do you think it would be a good idea? Like when a company is fined for leakage, and if the company has pets in place, this could be a mitigating circumstance. I mean, one thing is when the company doesn't care about its data and the data leaks, that's one thing. But if the company took an effort and implemented pets, could it be a mitigating circumstance? Well,
смягчающим обстоятельствам.
Well, I've never seen cases like that where pets could be a mitigating circumstance, but I think that when you read about mitigating circumstance everywhere, you would read that the person in question took adequate and reasonable measures to protect the data. Well, I think that yes, pets could be considered to be adequate and reasonable measures. I do not remember pets mentioned specifically by that name, but it is part of a general description. Yes, why not?
Немножко перейдем к чуть более технических подробностей, а также какие проекты в этом плане реализуются в
Well, we
России.
have already promised you a presentation of the technical details of this technology. So let's hear from the Big Data Association, Marat. Yes, thank you. Karen, colleagues, can I have the slides on the screen, please? Right. We know that to have a trusted environment for data exchange, we need both the trust in the society, but also the right technology. And almost everyone who spoke today said that businesses and governments are all interested in developing the relevant services. But the services should also guarantee the right to privacy. Maria has already described the privacy enhancing technologies, but I wanted to look into another matter. At the moment, there are no standard approaches to data processing that would apply to all kinds of cases. We understand that in terms of data usefulness and security, all these technologies that enhance confidentiality must be applied on a standalone basis or in combination. Like Maria said, they all have their pros and cons. So the approach to the applicability of technology is something that I want to discuss now. Of course, all these technologies, again, should, and their use should depend on the scenario of data exchange. The Cybersecurity Agency in Europe identifies 7 scenarios: data publication, a bilateral, multilateral exchange, direct exchange, exchange via an intermediary. So all these scenarios are based on several criteria: the number of participants, the direction of exchange, intensity of exchange, the model of security and protection dynamics. So depending on these criteria, on a case-by-case basis, a specific course of action should be selected and specific technology should be employed. It's a case-based approach. And an algorithm, here is an algorithm that we can develop that will help you select the most appropriate way to protect your data in your particular case. We can follow one of these lines. Well, first we start with the question: is there a user consent to process the data? Yes. Do you exchange the data with a third party? Do you publish it? Yes, we exchange or publish. Is there enough? Do you need detailed data, or do you have? Is it okay to just have the general information? General information. Okay. Do you want? Do you want generalized data? Or do you need specific personal data? You can, well, it depends, depending on whether you need aggregated data or personal data, you continue following this algorithm. Now, at our association, we suggest the following approach to assess the applicability of this or that technology to improve confidentiality in your business's scenario. We think that the risk-based approach can be a solution. We can assess the risk of de-anonymization in every particular case. We have already talked about trusted environments, execution environments. It's a means of organizational and technical measures to protect information that is processed inside those environments. We can measure the context risk with mathematical formulas, and we can arrive at quantitative value, showing you what is the probability that the criminals may get the data out of the data sets that we intend to process in this environment. If you look at item 4, this is classical anonymization, classical sanitization of the data. We can basically at this step we can say that the value correlates and corresponds to the minimal number of matching data in the set. If it's synthetic data or if other statistical techniques are used to increase the privacy, then we also did research of these techniques. Formulas were derived. I'm not going to show them now on the slides because I wouldn't be able to explain them to you anyway. But from the mathematical point of view, from the point of view of research, I can assure you that it was studied and the papers were published in scientific journals. And you can use these techniques, these formulas, to assess the probability of the personal data leakage. Besides, anonymized data can be restored. There is limited information about every person in the internet, and it's always possible to find extra information about every person and restore the previously anonymized data. Our approach suggests that well, and actually, it's not just our claim. We can calculate the probability of the data being restored. In case of pseudo-anonymization, we suggest that the time be calculated, the time that will be required to decipher the anonymized data. For instance, if deciphering will take more than 20 years, then for the business cases that take place in 2024, probably will be able to use this data for some business purposes without fear. This approach we tested with 3 business cases. There are 7 scenarios of data exchange, like I said, but we tested 3 of them. Bilateral and multilateral exchange and the data lake inside the organization. This is when data is integrated inside one organization. The risk-based approach allows us to compute the probability of well, in your current business process, what the probability is that the data sets would be de-anonymized. And during this test, we also suggested new approaches that can enhance confidentiality. And in this marketing touch case, we suggested we use a multilateral computing. We see that in addition to assessing the risk of de-anonymization, the companies can manage the risk of de-anonymization. Then, depending on the case, depending on the usefulness of the data for business case, this value can be reduced to how many? You see, about 8 zeros after the point. We know that this data is almost impossible to decipher, de-anonymize, and colleagues from the academia, from the Academy of Cartography, they agree with us, actually. So basically, yes, any data can be de-anonymized with a certain degree of probability, but if this degree is negligible, then our economic benefit is greater, and this means of data processing should be allowed rather than prohibited. Here is our proposal on what the legal regime for this technology can be. We think that we should not list all these methods of anonymization in legislation, in laws. Instead, the model of risk assessment should be regulated, and then based on this regulation, the companies will be able to choose the means of confidentiality enhancement. And then, depending on the risk, the companies will take the decision on further data processing. They will decide on the thresholds for risks, they will decide on the context. And it's also possible to ensure the liability of the market participants who use these technologies. In terms of the list of those techniques and confidential processing, we suggest that there should be a national library of anonymization. All possible scenarios of data exchange can be uploaded into the library together with the recommendations on the use of various techniques of anonymization and recommendations on the measurement of risk for every case. The library should be a shared one. It should be accessible so that the market participants and the academia could complement it with its own cases. And expands the use of data in the digital economy.
Такой
Data-driven economy.
Безусловно, все
I have a question. All technologies. Well, of course, there are scenarios, there's risk management, but there is also the financial side to every technology. Unfortunately, well, we know that big companies are doing pretty well. They can afford data security, but SMBs often are negligent about data security, or they can't afford it because it's expensive. Are there any other ways? Are there any other mechanisms apart from the penalties? How can we make business realize that all these costs are justified? Well, probably there should be some economic incentives for the business to improve data security, like Ira says. Or as to the risk-based approach, well, obviously RBA shouldn't be applied by all market participants. Probably they need to first prove that they're mature enough to handle the data, and then based on, well, when they confirm that they are making that many investment into technology, into information security and HR, only after that, these organizations will be able to use or authorized to use RBA. It's an extra incentive to help companies mature faster. I love this idea. Irina? I know that the Internet Research Institute researched synthetic data.
И данные мы синтезируем для наших целей.
When we are not using any real data, we synthesize data. When is this scenario substantiated? Really, is it possible to get reliable business results out of synthetic data? Well, thank you for the question. Karen, synthetic data are special. NIST, in their definition, like the National Institute of Standards and Technology, gives the following definition. Synthetic data is the data that is artificially created, not transformed directly. We have just talked about anonymized data, and Masha Marat presented various technologies of anonymization. So here is the difference between synthetic data and anonymized data. During anonymization, we replace, we keep the original characteristics of the data set, we just replace some of the features. But synthetic data, there are two main types of synthetic data. The first one is when you describe a possible world and you set the rules of generation and you create an artificial data set in order to complement the existing one, which is not complete, or to use the data set for some other purposes, for testing, for example, as big data association did. We can't work with personal data, but to experiment, we need synthetic data, right? And another possibility is you identify the characteristics of personal data depending on our needs, and then we generate a data set out of those characteristics, out of those indicators. Synthesizing data is one of the pets that Masha described. It's one of the recommended technologies for AI R&D. As to the regulation, synthetic data is often mentioned in the context of AI and the regulation governing AI, but mainly in the context of technology. What I mean to say is the AI you generate the content which is unacceptable, that goes contrary to national values, saying that this content must be labeled, the content must contain a warning or something. As to synthetic data, its regulation is currently quite experimental. It's at the stage of technical standards. I think that it is also important for Russia not to mix everything, not throw everything into the same basket of law 152. Roskomnadzor is going to filter it all, sort it all out. You know what happened today? Can I tell a story? Can I, you know? I read something amazing and I need to share it with you. But it's so funny. Just a sec. It's the Roskomnadzor explanation of personal data. The question is the ID of a worker, is it personal data? Roskomnadzor says it should be noted that in accordance with item 11, sub-item 3 of law 152 on personal data is any information pertaining directly or indirectly to the specified, unspecified individual subject of personal data. And based on the above, we believe that the ID number of the worker may be personal data if it meets the above mentioned definition. Well, the same can happen to anonymization, the same can happen to synthetic data. I will have to agree with colleagues. It's important to have a clear definition. I remember amendments to one of the draft law on anonymization. The amendment said that the methods of anonymization will be established by the government of Russia. Well, the methods of anonymization is math. It's pure math. It's high math. It would be pretty funny to see those mathematical methods in the order or the decree of the government. It's math. It's algorithms. But as to general requirements, to set the general requirements to the organizational structure or to set the requirements to assessing the level of risk on the basis of risk assessment. Like all countries are doing, it would be wonderful if we also adopted this practice, and so that not only government entities would be able to anonymize data without their owner's consent. Probably that would be reasonable. After synthetic data, I think only technical regulation should be adopted. There is Technical Committee 164 and 26. It would be great if they would develop a couple of standards on synthesized data. Anonymization methods, well, again, we can talk about standardization. Yeah, we have a question from the online broadcast. Who should manage the library of techniques? Well, I think it should be a joint project of competent people. There aren't that many. We know them by name. There is the Academy of Cryptography. There is the academic community. Colleagues from the Academy of National Economy could be quite useful in drafting the terminology. Committee 164, Committee 26, and the Big Data Association and the National Center of Digital Cryptography. They are all specialists. I mean, the site itself can be located anywhere, but I think that it should be managed jointly. Well, our idea is, at least, is that we will create the portal, we will populate it with the cases that we already have, and later it should be a moderated portal to which people can upload their content. The content will be checked first, obviously, but after that, it will be available to everyone. Yeah, well, you can publish articles, data sets, experts, right, experts' opinions. It will be easier for the business. The business will know where to refer to for best practices or the results of experiments. We have a set of experiments, by the way. We keep experimenting actively. It's a good platform for the development of data-driven economy. We have another question. We received an online too. The National System of Data Management. Are there any news about the development of the system? The Ministry of Economic Development is responsible for drafting the law on the National System of Data Management. As far as I know, they drafted a law. They sent it out to other departments. They collected the feedback, and now they are trying to incorporate that feedback into their draft. I think that if there's new government
высылал на межведомственное согласование, прорывной, я бы сказал. То есть там предполагаются правила, по которым там бизнес может получать...
The rules for the business, how they can get government data on a paid basis too. It may be quite interesting for the business if the data will be of a certain quality, and it is a way to improve the services for the residents, to make the services faster and high quality. Synthesized data is also featured in this draft law, including secrets. When we can work with secrets in the process, the data, once they lose the confidential status, that would be great, actually, because now there are a lot of secure data that could be quite useful for AI development. Yes, questions from the floor? Hi, I'm Vladimir Mikhailov from cctld.ru. Now I've got a question about this portal. What's the timeline? Do you have any idea about the timeline when this may appear? And another thing, Irina talked about that a little bit, but do you want to engage the regulator to assess the recommendations so that we can use them, knowing that they were assessed by a regulator? We plan to do an MVP of the portal till the end of the year. We'll see how it works, and after that, probably next year, there will be a public presentation. Again, like I said, we are going to populate it and everything else. As to the second question, it depends. Of course, it would be wonderful if we had the regulator to confirm perhaps some hypothesis on this portal, but we know that the regulators, well, it feels like the regulators do not want to be engaged, and then the portal will just not be a functioning entity. If we're not getting any feedback, the data is not verified, the data is not verified, we can't publish it, we can't use it. So basically, we suggest that we use a kind of a format of a market council where the market participants can verify this was that practice, confirm them as being safe or unsafe, and publish on the portal. And of course, we will never stop the dialogue with the government.
Ну, технологии так быстро развиваются, что,
Well, technologies evolve so fast. Regulators are mainly lawyers. How much technical expertise do they have? Of course, we can share it with them, but whenever we talk to them about RBAs and those formulas, well, colleagues cooperate with the Academy of Cryptography and the National Center of Digital Cryptography. I think that the academic community would be a better option for us. So yes, regulators must be on the board if they are willing, if they are interested to stay informed. But to get their approvals, I think that makes no sense. Otherwise, well, we are going to stop the progress in this field in Russia. Hello. I'm listening to you. I loved your panel discussion. I want to use it fully during the next panel when we talk about personal interests, vested interests. Why collect the data? This is my big question. The government collects a lot of data about us, and the government wants to sell it from time to time. I think that it was very active about 3 years ago, but since we've got people here on the stage, it looks like the idea is back. Why collect the data? Why not collect the data? Why no one's thinking about that? You Google your iPhone sends the telemetry that is already anonymized. It's already anonymized. Google doesn't collect information about you, only telemetric data. Or Apple. I know the big Russian corporations, they've had this technology, well, 5, 6 years ago. They were telling us that, yes, we know how to do it. And Apple says, we do not gather your data. In every app, Apple says, do you want your data to be collected? Why are we discussing this in Russian? How to share the data between each other? How to get to derive profit from every resident? The residents become goods for the government. Why exchange the data? Why? Hey, start. I love to hear the answer from everyone. The first reason, and Ira mentioned it. Yes, in the United States, there is no national law on personal data protection, but there are state acts, there's GDPR, which say that if you do this, then no sanctions will be imposed. You are not collecting data, or your data that you collect is not personal. Here, you can anonymize as much as you want. We Anonymization, we know nothing about it. You are collecting personal data. We know that it's personal data, and you're collecting personal data. The law says not anonymized data, but it was personal data that is retrieved through anonymization. So they retain the status of personal data. So as long as we have this definition, this discussion is quite theoretical. And yes, all companies know how to use pets, but from the perspective of the regulator, it doesn't matter whether you use pets or not. Yes, and one of the implications is why do it? Why do I need to employ my computing power if the data is personal anyway? Whatever I do, whatever technology I use, the data stays personal. Everything is personal data. The comment is off the microphone and can't be translated. Well, kind of. In terms of personal data, we're protecting everything. Alexei Lukatsky talked about it yesterday when he talked about his kids. He doesn't want his kids to get out of home. Well, yeah, kids can't develop if you keep them in the house. They need to socialize. The same with Russian business. The businesses will not develop if you don't let them out. If you do not let the businesses implement AI and data analytics projects, it's useful. It creates added value. It creates added value services for the users. But in reality, no information exchange. There is no information exchange, and we can't do much. Only synthetic data can be used. Again, to answer this question, why? You know, people love to refer to the Chinese model of data management. The 70th Assembly of the Communist Party says that data, just like labor, is means of production. In accordance with the communist principles, the data must be involved in production on the basis of fairness and justice, and there should be data exchanges where businesses and residents can exchange data in order to maximize value for the benefit of the communist society in China. Is this what you want? People say, no. Is that what you want? No, no, you misread me. No, 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 no. This is not how we thought it will be. The question is who owns the data, who controls the data, and how to derive value out of the data is a matter of balance of interest between all stakeholders, be it business or government. If one of the parties prevails, no value will be generated. Can I try to answer this question? I have a business case why it might be interesting to exchange data for the business. As one company has data about sales of a particular product, and the other company has data on the ad views for the same product. And there is a big business value in merging their data sets to understand whether the ad actually was efficient. Now, marketing and advertising markets are guided mainly by reports and perceptions. Yes, I voted, but I'm not going to show you my ticket. It's all pretty foggy. So they would like to know for sure. I show you the ad, and then I want to know, did you buy it or not? This is not possible if you don't see the identifiers on one side and on the other side. So the government wants the Chinese model, and you want to have the capitalist model. Yes, but protecting the interest, protecting the data in the Chinese model is the same. It's the same what Gleb is saying. If you read it carefully, all these slogans, data belongs to. Okay, we'll talk about it during the next session once again. But thank you. There is no politics. There is only the economy. Well, no, I disagree. I disagree. Let's go outside and talk about it. What about the Academy of National Economy? Okay, yes, yeah. Hello, colleagues. A lovely discussion. My name is Victor. I'm from Varay Technology. The question is, which internet protocol is responsible for secure data transfer? That's one question. And which IPs people use and who these IPs belong to? Which company and which country? It's a stack of protocols. There is TCP/IP and all other technologies that are add-ons. They exist at the level of applications. It's a service tier. Of course, there are ideas to deploy security at lower protocol levels, but the app level is the most widespread, and in the in the modern conditions of internet governance, probably will not be able to go much down into the internet protocols to implement the security. I don't know. Do you mean which protocols? The web. When the data is transferred online, which protocol is responsible for secure data transfer? It's a stack of protocols, and security is ensured by the applications. So no one sees the little HTTPS as security. It's not that. It's not what we are talking about. We're talking about not about this log, but we're talking about the technologies that work with databases and that process databases. All of this happens not at the level of TCP/IP. It's not SSL. It happens at the level of an app. SSL, that's just a data stream that was pre-processed. It was prepared for transfer. It's a data stream. It's not the data that we are talking about the data that needs to be pre-processed before it is transferred. Yes, right. And actually, we're outside of the time schedule, so thank you very much for your attention.
Дорогие друзья, еще раз спасибо нашим
Dear
спикерам.
friends, once again, thank you very much to the panel. We can continue this discussion over a cup of coffee. I understand that you received questions to all of your answers to all of your questions. We will be back again in 15 minutes. If you are viewing us online, please come back after 15 minutes for the final session of the RIGF. This last session of the day will be dedicated to the balance of the private and the public. And after that, we'll have a quick open mic session.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. Давайте
Okay,
начнем
colleagues, a very good evening.
8-ю секцию.
Let's
Рад всех
start
приветствовать. Меня зовут Алексей.
the final session of the day. Welcome. My name is Alexander Partin, and I'm a co-chair of Privacy Legal Innovations Cluster, and I'm a lawyer with privacy advocates. At our session today, we've gathered a wonderful panel of experts. We are going to discuss the topic of the balance of private and public interests in regulation. We know very well that whenever new regulation is adopted, it's important to maintain the balance in the interests of all stakeholders.
Акты принимают,
in order to be able to do that, first you have to identify all of the stakeholders and find the right balance. So during the session, we are going to talk about personal data, robotics, AI, and we will provide examples of good and bad regulation and future regulation as well. Our speakers
лучше учитывать интересы стейкхолдеров, а также расскажут на конкретных примерах.
put forward their ideas as to how to take these the interests of the stakeholders into account. So I will ask the speakers to introduce themselves. When it is their turn, all speakers are going to have about 15 minutes of time. I'm going to keep the time. If the speakers finish their presentation sooner, then we will be willing to take questions from the floor.
В окончании секции каждый из нас с удовольствием
At the
также
end of the session, of course, we are going to stay here, and if some questions remain unanswered, then you can find us during the coffee break.
Проект Privacy Legal Innovation и мой
Alexei Montian is my colleague, both in the cluster and at Privacy Advocates. Right, very well. Thank you very much. I hope we're going to get the presentation on the screen. Yes, right. So I'm going to be the first speaker during this session. The session is dedicated to personal data.
Связанный с оборотом персональных данных в сети интернет и,
And of
конечно
course, we are
же,
going to
распространение персональных данных. Кто виноват, что делать?
concentrate on the security of personal data and
16 лет.
what to do if the data is stolen or disappears.
И как in-house, и как
I've been in data privacy for the past 16 years. I was an in-house expert. I was an external consultant. I also have experience working with a regulator. I wasn't actually an employee of that regulator, but I worked for them. So I have multifaceted experience. I wanted to start with something optimistic in privacy compliance. You do not have problems, you've got adventures. So in terms of
которые происходят. Да, немножечко
adventures, my presentation will be full of.
В этом году случилось эпохальное событие.
If you don't know, in 2020, Law 519 was adopted. It was a milestone event, and this law was called to regulate the circulation and distribution of personal data online. What does it mean, the distribution? Providing access to personal data to unidentified or an unlimited audience. The law was initiated by Anton Gorelkin, the delegate of the State Duma. So he started the draft law in 2020. It was voted into law, and Gorelkin thought that this will allow every resident, every citizen to be the real owner of their rights online. If it were an example of good regulation, then we would applaud the law, and that would finish my presentation. However, it didn't work out the way that the parliamentarian Gorelkin planned. If, again, you refer to the comments from the person who initiated the draft law, well, in his opinion, his idea, the intent of the draft law was to apply it to social media. So the idea was that social media would request the consent of their users to distribute personal data online. Okay, wonderful, sounds great. And Anton Gorelkin also said that if there is no compliance, if no consent is taken from the users, then social media, just like other personal data operators, will be held liable. Okay, only logical. And then we can refer to the position of Roskomnadzor, the supervisor. Last year, during a webinar, the so-called open house of Roskomnadzor, someone asked a question. Placing personal data in social media, is it the same as distribution of personal data? And if yes, then should the consent be collected from the users? And the answer that Roskomnadzor shocked me. Roskomnadzor said that placing the data is not a distribution of data. So it means that this wonderful law 519 does not cover social media. Then it's not clear why the law was adopted, because 99% of the population of this country has an opportunity to distribute personal data by placing them on social media. If you are not a public entity, if you're not a politically exposed person, if you are not a highly ranking government official, probably no one is going to publish anything about you. So it's in your hands. It means that you can publish the data yourself. You can distribute the personal data about yourself. The logic of the supervisor is quite clear and legally it is sound. Why? Because Roskomnadzor is saying that basically the audience of the social media is limited and it's specified, it's identified. Social media knows its users, and the users of the social media can also restrict access to the personal data, the pages, for all users of the social media, and also others who are not users of that social media. So the placement of personal data in social media turns out not to be data distribution. And then also, according to the supervisor, there is no need to request consent for distribution of personal data in the social media. And the courts also think that the consent is not required, whether the internet resources are social media or not. Last year, there was an interesting case, a court case, when, it went up to the Supreme Court, but the resolution of a lower court was upheld. The court ruled that the consent is a particular case of consent to process personal data, and if this consent is required by law, or if there are other reasons like a contract, then based on this precedent, although Russian system is not precedent-based, but everyone pays attention to the court practice. So if you can refer to this case, then, and you can conclude if you're an organization that if you as an organization want to place the personal data of a subject, you don't always need to be guided by law 519 that originally by design was intended as a means to regulate distribution of personal data online in the internet, but it doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, from my perspective, this whole design of law 519 in terms of regulation and the distribution of personal data online turned out to be it turned out to be not working, and this is confirmed by the practice of the supervisor and by the court rulings. So what do we do? Well, as far as I understand, when it comes to distribution of personal data, most of the scenarios are related to social media. And I would propose not to kill law 519, but instead amend it. It should contain a special provision about a special category of subjects, the agents. So 519 requires consent for distribution of personal data, but only when it comes to users of social media. Why do I think this is the right approach? Because the user of social media is a more dependent, a weaker counterpart in this relationship. Social media can impose on the user, especially if it's a big one, can impose on the users certain types of behavior or certain rules. And by introducing this new norm, we will be able to protect 99% of the Russian residents and make the social media request consent for distribution. Well, actually, that's what the social media already do in any way. Big social media, especially in Russia, there is the so-called privacy dashboard where you can set your privacy settings, and you can choose who you want to share your data with.
Предлагаем более тонкую настройку как раз федерального законодательства.
And so our idea is to fine-tune the wording of the national law, and eventually the law will become a working one. Because right now social media doesn't really it doesn't have any regard for this law.
Да, если мы берем организации из фарминдустрии, компании,
Or take pharmaceutical companies.
разного рода материала, да,
They ask different doctors prepare materials, I don't know, presentations, for instance, on some medical subject. But in addition to all those presentations and papers, they are also requesting the doctors their consent to share personal data so that they would be able to identify the author of that presentation or a paper. But this is not required because it's a paper, it's a piece of scientific work. But instead, those pharmaceutical companies think that they are subject to Law 519, and the subject of personal data may one day choose to withdraw the consent to use their name if no prior consent was collected from that user.
Если вам понравилось, поставьте лайк, можете скачать.
Colleagues, thank you very much. You can download the presentation at this QR code if you liked it.
Большое спасибо.
Спасибо
Thank
большое,
you.
Алексей. Коллеги, есть ли какие-то
Thank you,
вопросы?
Alexei. Colleagues, do we have any questions to Alexei?
У
Not
нас
yet?
еще буквально есть 2-3 минуты.
Okay, we've got a couple of minutes left from your time slot. My question to you, Losha.
Желание было в первую очередь защитить права субъектов.
So the idea of this initial initiative was to protect the rights of individuals, of the residents. Do you think that this private interest was taken into account? Was this goal achieved? And secondly, this initiative in terms of data circulation in the internet, did it was it a good thing or a bad thing? And also, what are your recommendations so that later all stakeholders' interest will be better taken into account? Okay, to answer your question, I think that the main positive effect is that the national law paid attention to the very problem of data distribution online. It drew the attention to the whole story. In some cases, people can now more efficiently control the distribution of their data because on top of everything, the law requests that the companies that whose resources are used to distribute the data to remove or to exempt the personal data from their resources. As to the overall mechanics of this law, in terms of legal wording, for instance, it leaves much to be desired. So the way I understand it, the law, on top of the basic mechanisms that are envisioned by the law on personal data, this law did not add anything new or useful. Instead, it created ambiguity that has now been removed or corrected by law enforcement with law enforcement practice. And this law also made it more difficult for all the companies online, the personal data parsing, the personal data scraping. So sometimes it can be a thing for the good, but companies who did it before keep doing it. They have always operated in the gray zone, but the good faith ones, they got a crutch. But but it was a crutch not into their hands, but a crutch into the wrong side of the body. That creates more discomfort. So I would regulate personal data circulation online differently. I would approach it from a different perspective. And I would start with the mechanisms that are already available. This is reinventing the wheel, really. We already have these mechanisms in the law on personal data. I would make some clarifications, perhaps. It happened in 2022.
Была убрана норма, что
The law on personal data was amended. Provision was removed. one of the provisions there. But so it's possible, it can be done. So once again, Law 519 did not achieve its objective. Yes, it has some positive effects, but the difficulties that it creates to the good faith operators of personal data, which now have to collect an additional consent for distribution, well, I think that here the balance of interests is violated.
А вот по поводу учета интересов в будущем, ну,
And what
насколько
about taking into account, the interest in the future? I know that you are one of the founders of the Russian Association of Privacy.
общества, насколько
Was the opinion of the professional community taken into account? Would it have played a more positive role if the association would have been more, how can I put it, more engaged? Okay. Well, actually, it's interesting. In 2020, a digital economy, the professional community was drafting its own version of this draft law that would regulate the circulation of personal data online. And I believe that our draft was much more balanced because we had people from the professional community there in this drafting team, because we are the people who are actually explaining to the business how the norms work and why the business needs to follow them and what's the best way to implement those norms. But unfortunately, eventually, the legislators chose not our draft law, but the draft law coming from the parliament itself.
Да, такими, да, может быть, отчасти приоритетными субъектами законодательной инициативы, но, к сожалению, когда законопроект
Unfortunately,
обсуждался,
when the draft law was discussed, and that happened at the end of 2020, Law 519 was voted. I think they voted on the 30th of December, something like that, or right on the eve of New Year, which played a negative role. People who could have doubted or slowed down the adoption, they went away on their Christmas vacation, which was a sad story. In some countries, public consultations with the business and the professional community is a mandatory step in the legislative process. Unfortunately, it's not part of the Russian legislative culture. Hopefully, it will happen one day.
ко второму выступлению?
Okay, colleagues, let's now turn to the second presentation.
Директор Инфотропик Медиа и амбассадор Европейской ассоциации Legal Tech в России, коллега по кластеру РАЭК Privacy Legal Innovation. Хольгер, пожалуйста.
Александр. Да. Слышно, да? Хорошо, да. Мне коллеги, да?
The microphone is not working. Our next speaker is Holger Schweiger. Oh, this is much better. I'm going to talk to a different topic, not regulation, not privacy, but artificial intelligence. Today, any conversation among the lawyers after 5 minutes dwindles into or flows into discussing the AI.
На сегодняшний день технологически это сравнение уже не совсем корректное, но и не совсем справедливое, но по сути авторы этого сравнения прав, потому что у больших языковых моделей нет такой задачи.
Large language models, large language models, that task is not to produce a reasonable, sensible answer. They require only to produce an answer. But we must remember that all these models develop very fast, and this technology is making much progress. I remember Midjourney and what it produced on day one, and you know what Midjourney and other models are capable of producing today. It's like day and night, and it happened in just 18 months or so. The LLM model is only 6 years old or so. In practice and production, they've been for the past 18 months, and there's so much impressive progress already. It's very difficult to say now what GPT-10 will be capable of in 5 to 10 years' time. I will not be able to tell you that, and neither the developers themselves, the programmers.
Одним ходом, если всего 1,5 года назад версия GPT 3.5, на котором первая версия,
GPT 3.5, the chat GPT, the first version, could process 3,000 words. 1.5 Gemini, the Google's LLM can process 700,000 words. This is more words than in War and Peace. This is a tremendous leap forward in the shortest possible time. And if technology continues to develop at the same pace, we will be looking at a revolution. AI is no longer a barrier. Math is developing fast.
Очень комплексные проблемы.
Mathematicians are always happy to tackle the most complex problems. Besides generative and other AI is now attracting a lot of money. And chips, the microchips are not a problem either. A lot of money is invested there. Data is the ultimate barrier. But I believe the solution will be found when there are models to monetize the data. If you look at the technology, especially in terms of how technology can be used by the lawyers, lawyers have a rather special kind of work. I enjoy the definition that Stephen Dill, a UK programmer, gave to these LLMs. It's a stochastic black box. Not even creators of these models cannot explain how they work. They can describe the algorithm, but they cannot predict what output will be produced out of a particular input. The same way that we do not understand how a human brain works. The physiology is the same for all humans. Some people can't put two words together, and other people write novels the size of War and Peace. Obviously, this is a frog that's in the boiling water. The frog is slowly boiled and doesn't have time to, doesn't realize that it's been boiled to become a soup. The same with lawyers. The temperature is rising very slowly, and the lawyers do not notice it. And for now, the lawyers are rushing between two extremes: the fear of uncertainty and distrust or doubt on the one side, and the fear of missing out. Again, we're back to this discussion of an algorithm replacing a live lawyer.
В больших языках мы делились некорректностью результатов, неопределяемостью результатов очень сильно.
Contradictory results of large language models make lawyers doubt the usefulness of LLMs because lawyers want everything to be precise and correct. The same can be said about the risks. The risks associated with LLMs undermine the trust of the lawyers to these models, but we must admit that these models are already workable and they can replace the lawyers in some respects. They are already affecting the operational model. The old operation model is that you got live lawyers for everything in a law firm, but now human lawyers are going to carry out some of the work, and other part of the work will be performed by the algorithm. And of course, this will affect the business model of the lawyers. Right now, the business model is based on payment by the hour. We are selling the time, but this paradigm is going to rush when a generative algorithm will be able to cut down the time on producing a solution for a particular legal problem. If you analyze a contract for a whole week, but the generative artificial intelligence can do it in an hour, again, all the system is going to crash, and this is already happening. Large language models, on the other hand, fit the lawyers' work very well because law is all about language. They process language inputs, texts, laws, court resolutions, complaints, everything. Everything is about language. And contracts, obviously, it's a language too. They are texts. There are several examples of using AI in the work of lawyers. There is legal work per se, and there is operational work. Right now, AI is best used in operational work because you don't need to check the results really. To use generative AI in legal work, like analysis and such, well, I would suggest that you do it only if you know very well, if you trust your AI, basically. There are use cases of AI-driven legal use. I'll go that prepare the zoo of those use cases. If you, in your spare time, you can review them. Let's go back to the limitations of the large language models. They are limited in the amount of text information that they can process, but we have already seen that this limitation is disappearing. Non-specific information, again, this has been dealt with. Other methods are also being dealt with. But these large language models, I mean, in the work of lawyers, you can't trust them completely. The ones that are showed here on the slide, they're the general ones. Probably special legal LLMs should appear, like a Giga Legal by Sber, or another model, KL3M. From Kevin Legal, they are specially trained legal LLMs for the lawyers. Do you have time? A couple of seconds? Okay. When we talk about regulation, you read news like that from last week, it becomes clear that, yes, large language models must be regulated. But just like in all other spheres of business, you have to be careful. In practice, LLMs are only 18 months old, and we can strangle them. We can limit their development if we over-regulate them at this point. These are the main types of risks: inaccuracy, which lawyers hate, bias, because these models are trained on the information generated by people, and humans are biased. Then there is regulation, there is data protection. Several big companies have already suffered when the closed data turned up in the training data sets for the models. And there will always be someone trying to break into the system or destroy a system. It's already happening. There are some isolated examples, but we have to be ready. Again, if you overregulate a technology in one country, there will be another country that will welcome this technology, that will allow anything. Probably people get cloned somewhere in the world already. You have to be, again, very cautious in how you regulate AI. So thank you very much for your attention. I understand that I ran through the slides. You can subscribe to my Telegram channel. This is where I post some useful information. And if you've got questions, please fire off.
Мы как раз вот идем ровно
Right,
по
Holger, thank you very much. We are right on track for the time. If you have any questions to Holger, please contact me. Here are my contact details. Yes, sure, at the end of the session, or you can write to Holger in Telegram or call him.
юристов, и когда речь идет о
You
помощниках
say legal assistance.
компаний или даже
Legal assistance in like big companies, small companies, doesn't matter. These usually the companies have people
Сберлигал,
who
который уже выкатил для юриста публично, и вот
who probably will be able to do without this digital legal assistance. But
аудиторию.
Sber Legal, for instance, I mean, what I'm trying to say is online, an artificial lawyer will start helping regular people to solve legal matters. I mean, legal assistance for legal firms, that's one thing. Legal assistance for everyone, that's a different thing. Should those legal assistants be regulated? Okay, there are two sides to your question. The technology itself, I don't think it needs to be over-regulated. I think there will be healthy competition. If the algorithm is providing some legal services or consultations at a certain level for the public, this is better than nothing. Considering that 85% of the people around the world are not using legal services at all, it would be better for an algorithm to provide them at least with some legal services than no one. A legal consultation provided by an algorithm, this legal assistant, as you call it, these consultations should be correct. And I think that this requires some control. Well, the market is going to regulate that. You get one wrong consultation, you get another wrong consultation. But live lawyers can also consult something that will not work. But the market is going to regulate that. So I wouldn't limit legal assistants or consultants for the general public. But I'm not a lawyer myself, and maybe the lawyers will have a different
Коллеги,
opinion.
Сергей.
All right, Holger.
Наш следующий
Сергей.
спикер Сергей Ватяков.
Our next speaker is Sergey Vatikov, Director for GR at PIX Robotics, the RP cluster head at RAEC, founder of NARP,
Комитета по искусственному интеллекту РУСОФТ.
and chair of the Committee for Artificial Intelligence at RUSOFT. Hello, can you hear me?
Будьте добры, поставьте мою презентацию. Спасибо.
Can I
Коллеги,
have the slides, please?
друзья,
Right, colleagues, friends. I'd like to thank the speakers who went before me for their brilliant presentations. I do not represent the legal community. I rather represent developers. I'm the person who turns on the stove, who sets that frog in
сейчас очень много. Прямо очень много.
On fire.
Мы видим, что все журналисты пишут.
There is a lot of hype around AI. We see that the reporters report, consultants consult, politicians talk about AI. Researchers are requesting grants for AI, marketing people, and those who predict the future too. So I hope very soon the hype will die out and we'll start working with colleagues from the legal departments. There is a lot of work to be done, and sometimes this noise interferes, it confuses people, and sometimes in the Russian parliament you hear that AI hurts our children. What do you mean hurts? Well, probably American movies also hurt our children. Well, you're not, well, anyway. To the right, I'm quoting data from the Russian Statistics Committee. This is how many people there are in the country, and this is the average salary.
Дело в том, что это средняя зарплата
average
за счет
monthly
Москвы.
salary. This is average monthly salary together
Ну, если
with
взять
Moscow and St. Petersburg, but without these two big cities, the average salaries will be much lower across the country. And this is something that prevents the technologies from developing. For the businesses, I mean, SMBs, small and medium businesses, for them it's cheaper to hire people who will work for food instead of developing artificial intelligence. I can see that there is now a government-led trend to change that system. The minimal, what's the proper name of it? The minimal wage, the minimal salary is being raised. It means that the government is keen to change the economic model and to boost the development of this technology. I also wanted to mention that you are all users and you are all local residents.
преступление.
And
Ну,
you
то есть
hear that
манипуляция.
AI committed a crime, right? In South Korea, a robot killed a human, which is bad. And the first thought that occurs to anyone is to ban robots from production facilities. But why not investigate? How did it happen? How did this human come into contact with this robot? Or another example, the fraudsters used the deepfake technology and persuaded a financial manager to transfer $25 million to their accounts.
Если перевести
Anyway,
в русские рубли, то это сумма больше, чем 2 миллиарда рублей.
this is a
То
lot
есть
of
как
money. This is more than like 2 billion rubles. So how did it happen? At first, this financial manager received a message that the transfer needs to be made. The manager declined. Good for him. But then VCR meeting was a video conference meeting was convened. This manager saw
виноват,
his
да?
higher ups and other colleagues and they convinced him that the transfer must be made. So AI is to blame, isn't it? Or corporate policies, or
На самом деле, и
boards
этот
of
совет
directors need to
должен
approve
быть
big deals, and
или
probably
еще как-то. Ну, то есть вот это
the board of
вот
directors need to meet face to face, not over video conferences. So
того, что
security people, lawyers need to work together to teach us how to live next to AI in a secure fashion. It doesn't mean that AI must be banned. Instead, we must develop new rules of coexistence. And another example, neural networks have learned how to code viruses.
То есть
They program viruses.
Наталья Касперская, Лев Матвеев.
Well, we've got Kaspersky, we've got Lev Matveev, we've got lots of companies in Russia in the field of cybersecurity that do a lot of outreach activities, that raise awareness, and that develop special software that protects us
Атакован.
from viruses.
Поэтому здесь, ну, я просто хочу сказать, что на самом деле у нас очень много работы, вот у нас в отрасли и,
Well,
соответственно,
what I'm driving at is that there is still a lot of work to be done in our industry, and the lawyers, corporate lawyers,
департамент
government officials, lawyers in various ministries and departments, we must review the rules of our lives
потому что эта
and
технология
not recourse to bans and prohibitions. This technology is necessary for the country.
То есть, по сути дела, в первую
What's
очередь,
happening today?
стратегия развития искусственного интеллекта, обновленная
Well, first of all,
стратегия.
there is a strategy for the development of AI. It's an updated strategy that was signed into law by the president. And the strategy says which way it's going to develop and how much financing it's going to get.
Описан путь развития искусственного интеллекта.
And it sets the roadmap for the AI development.
На этом слайде, но это пункт номер 0. Потом следующий пункт.
This is item 0 here on the slide. Actually, it's not listed, but it should be the, well, you can consider that it's there. Besides, with the help of the staff of the Institute University of Physics and Technology, a glossary was prepared that brings together all of the terminology that is used in the field of AI in Russian. Then there is the AI Code of Ethics. In fact, the Code of Ethics is not binding soft law. When the goal is achieved not through penalties and fines or bans like they do in Europe, but instead when some rule is first tested in life through a kind of recommendation, I think that later all these norms will be transferred into the digital code. At the moment, the standards of AI and the code of ethics of AI have already been developed, but the digital code is a work in progress. We'll continue working on it with colleagues. And of course, there are working groups and expert councils within various ministries. So you see, the scope of work is quite extensive, and I think that our decisions will be the ones that will promote the development and advancement of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. I'm finished with my presentation. Thank you very much. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Yes, please. The question is off the microphone and can't be translated. Well, the digital code is not the product of RAEC. There is an expert council. And in this expert council, you find people from RAEC and from other associations and from the Ministry of Digital Development, from the relevant committee of the State Duma. I do not remember what we had 5 years ago, in fact. Probably that old document was used as a starting point for the draft digital code. Well, I think that at the moment, the current revision, the current draft doesn't meet the needs of the IT community. There is now a request from the communications industry. Communications requires a lot of regulation urgently. IT requires less regulation, but if we no, AI doesn't need too much regulation, at least not now. Because again, we had cases in the past when over-regulation, too much regulation strangled the technology. Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? We have 2 more minutes. Okay. I have questions you.
Вокруг искусственного интеллекта.
Your presentation is called regulating the rules around AI, not AI, but around AI. So in a couple of words, what's the difference?
Ну, можно привести пример.
Well, I can give you an example. When you regulate data leaks, first, what was done? The fines were imposed for data leaks. But there are criminals who use AI to steal the data. And this can be like the use of AI in the process. This can be considered to be an exacerbating circumstance. So the regulation should remove the cause rather than the effect. We are fighting the symptoms. We are fighting the effects. We start, rushing around when all the passwords are already sold on darknet, and I'm sure that many of you have experience of your accounts of Kontakte and everywhere being hacked. So I think that it's important to start regulating the cause and to ensure that punishment is inevitable. If you use AI to commit your crime, then the punishment should be twice as hard. Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alena Gerashenko. Alena is the expert at Privacy Advocates.
работает в информационной безопасности и защите
She has
персональных
7 years of experience in information security and personal data protection. She has been a lecturer for the past 5 years and one of the organizers of the Russian conference on privacy protection in 2024 at the High School of Economics. Alena. Hello, everyone. I've got slides. Yes, today I represent privacy advocates, and I want to talk about risk-based approach during inspections. We'll talk about personal data processing.
И там наиболее явно проявляется этот риск-ориентированный подход.
And this is where the risks probably are most visible. In 2024, the Russian president addressed the nation, and he said that starting from 2025, the moratorium on inspections may be lifted. And therefore, the country should transfer to a risk-based approach. What does it mean? It means we have many operators of personal data now, but they should not be intimidated. Instead, it's important to rank the operators on the basis of risks to determine which operators fall within the high risk or low risk categories, and then depending on their category, audits, inspections, and other activities should be planned and executed. The main objective of a risk-based approach is to identify high-risk participants of legal relations in the digital environment, and then depending on the level of risk, the entity, depending on the risk of the entity, the intensity and the depth of inspections will be determined. This approach is smart regulation. There are clear criteria for risks. Besides, this regulation is transparent. Every operator, every entity, every body can review the criteria and determine their own category. And also, this is the so-called forced or coercive self-regulation. Through risk-based approach, the participants of these relations, they acquire a proactive position in terms of their compliance with legislation, which is wonderful. The operators are no longer they are not kept unawares. They can assess the risks themselves, and all the parties in that legal relationship they get on an even footing, equal footing. This is a general scheme of the relations between operators, between the operators of the biometric system and the authorities. Risk-based approach aims to reconcile their interests and maintain their dialogue. Risk-based approach is called to determine the intensity and the probability, and intensity and probability put together will determine the category of risk. Every entity has this or that appetite for risk, but that entity will then know what the implications might be, and then that entity will be able to decide on its business processes and its communication with the government authorities. Over here, I'm quoting from our international colleagues. What they do is they not only look at the severity or intensity and probability, but also they consider the duration.
Правонарушения, вот, и это действительно интересная тема, поскольку
This is quite an interesting topic.
какой-нибудь оператор может довольно длительно не исполнять какое-то
An
требование
operator maybe not compliant for a long time with Law 152, and this could also be taken into account when assigning a certain risk category to that entity or operator. Here you can see some examples. In the high risk category, we find those who handle biometric data, who have databases abroad, who share personal data to the countries that cannot provide adequate protection. And in the low risk category, we find operators who process personal data of less than 1,000 users who are not included into the register. But we have few of those actually, because digital relations do develop and everyone gets involved in the internet environment. Overall,
рискоориентированный подход оператору. Он позволяет определять
what does a risk-based approach enable an operator to do? Well, the operators can define their business processes better. It motivates operators to pay more attention to their business processes and adjust them accordingly. So this is yet another advantage of a risk-based approach. RBA has yet another tool in its toolbox, which are checklists produced by Roskomnadzor. The checklist contains 67 control questions. Questions are in the public domain, and by answering them again, you will be able to understand what category of risk you correspond to, and also if you are the owner of the personal data, then by looking at those questions, you will be able to assess your counterpart. Risk-based approach allows the entities to adjust their actions over time. This is a continuous process, not a one-off exercise. And generally, this allows them to be in closer contact with the regulators and authorities during inspections and other audits, and the same for I think I will stop here. And I wonder if you have any questions. Colleagues, do we have questions from the floor? No, not yet. Well, I have a question, Alena. If I heard you correctly, this risk-based approach or risk indicators is an example of positive regulation that achieved its goal to balance out the interests of all stakeholders. Can you tell us in general terms, well, first of all, is it true? Do you also think that this is a positive case? And this balance, how is it manifested? I mean, how can we tell that the interests of the state, of the of the business, and of the people were all taken into account? Well, first of all, risk-based approach removes the work burden from the authorities and enables them to focus on the truly threatening business units. It reconciles the authorities with the companies. The authorities can now control the organizations that truly deserve more attention. Speaking about the companies in the low risk category or intermediate risk category,
визита, например, да, профилактические визиты проводятся
Prophylactic or preventative visits are organized for them. Usually they are video conferences. It's a friendly talk with the representatives of the controlling or supervisory bodies, and this allows the authorities to make soft adjustments to the business's activities to make sure that the information is correct, if they have any questions, what models do they use, etc.
персональных данных, то здесь
The businesses of the subjects of personal data here, the balance is more on the side of the business because it's the businesses that apply RBA in order to protect the subjects of personal data. Subjects of personal data in this case are affected indirectly. They can only send requests or complaints or demands to the operators, and the operators will consider these requests and their activities, and they will make relevant adjustments to their own business processes that are structured on the basis of RBA. Right, thank you very much. I'd like to mention that probably risk indicators and risk-based approach is what was considered to be a positive case by the government too. Next week there will be a roundtable discussion at the parliament on risk indicators as the basis for control activities. We'll see where this leads to. And we are broadcasting our session, as you know. We received a question online, a question to Sergey. Sergey, where can we find the draft digital code? And how can we offer our comments and proposals to the draft?
Действительно, он на 2 странички, его, я
Well,
думаю, что
it's not much of a draft. It's like 2 pages. You don't even need to look for it, and you have to come down about the
рабочая группа.
digital code. And I think that will take another 5 years before these working groups, you know, produce anything. I think that right now the responsible entity is Kolesnikov at the Ministry of Economic Development. So I suggest that you write to the ministry, and probably you'll get the answers.
Интеллекта. Если вот
And this is about AI, right?
что будет, да?
Artificial intelligence and the digital code. Well, overall, I think that the digital code is within the domain of the IT committee of the State Duma. So you can send your request to them, and I believe that you will get answers. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sofia Zalutskaya. She is an IP/IT lawyer, a professor, and a master of IP law at the High School of Economics. Thank you. Well, I think that we are already overloaded with information. I'll try to be brief, and I'll try to entertain you. I'm going to talk about the wonders of legislative techniques. Well, first thing I need to say is that we are ultimately responsible for everything. When I talk to colleagues, not always to lawyers, people say, well, it's the developers who are liable. They are the inventors, they are the creators, they should develop all the rules too. But we have to remember that AI is a model that can be trained. AI has not only the things that were input into it by the developers, but AI acquires new knowledge out of communication with us, a certain experience that it gets. So I believe that it would be right to say that we all should change the patterns of our behavior in order to match the new digital reality. And we have to start with priorities. There are already quite a lot of legislation around, guidelines, the wonderful code for the ethics in AI. From the Alliance, there is a similar code. In the Council of Europe, there are several declarations too.
Во-первых, это центристский
What they have in
подход
common
вокруг фигуры
is
человека. То есть у нас
the fact that they are human-centric. The rights and fundamental freedoms, human rights and fundamental freedoms are the ultimate value. When we develop AI and as AI functions, we must remember that AI regulation is shaped around humans.
того, что
Also,
искусственный интеллект должен уметь соблюдать закон, должен помнить
those acts say that AI should be law-abiding. AI should remember that humans have free will, and AI should be undiscriminatory and unbiased. Next, differentiation of responsibility. I'm an IP lawyer.
интеллекта, связанного
I work with artificial intelligence from the perspective of intellectual property rights. And
лично мы все это обсуждаем.
at different conferences, and when I talk to colleagues, we often discuss who is going to be responsible when artificial intelligence steals a painting, or artificial intelligence will be overtrained. And colleagues agree that humans are responsible, developers, those who train the model. So they are trying to narrow down that scenario to humans. But in fact, this scenario has several different dimensions, and our regulation should also consider that context. The context can be where two robots interact, when one AI communicates with another AI, or robot with a host, or the robot with the environment, or another host, the owner. So here, AI shouldn't harm humans, and AI robots should serve their masters. Well, not even just one master, but robots should serve the whole humankind. Besides, there is this opposition of interests. So as AI is developing, we must remember that there are different stakeholders, like developers who want to implement AI as soon as possible. There's government that wants to secure everything. There's consumers who want to get quick and cheap, adaptive models that would understand its behavioral patterns. And in conclusion, I also wanted to mention another important component of ethical regulation: guarantees. I analyzed the alliances code as I was getting ready to this talk, and I know that the code speaks about voluntary certification, secure data transfer, and in this case, I think
регулирование в сфере искусственного интеллекта будет
ethical regulation in AI should go the way of enforcing those guarantees.
возможно воля, данная воля является обучаемой.
AI may have its own will, and the will can be trained. We must remember about that when we interact with AI. Thank you.
Спасибо
And I
большое.
welcome your questions. Thank you very much. Any questions, colleagues, to our speakers? No, not yet. Sophia, I have a couple of questions to you. As a matter of fact, the first one, roboethics. You said the title. The law is do not roboethics. So they think that ethics should, well, it's difficult to regulate it. It's too complicated an area. But in case of robots, for some reason, everyone talks about ethics. Why everyone is so keen to regulate ethics?
Последствия, которые могут для нас, как для юристов,
Well, I think it's because of the consequences. If we do not regulate the ethical aspects, well, you see, what happens is first there is some public relationship, and then we try to envelope it into a law.
машина такая и, в принципе, штука, то мы
AI
должны
is a machine with a lot of future. It's we have to start thinking about ethics because of the potential that the development of AI has. We have to start thinking about regulating it from the ethical point of view right now. I don't have a question, I actually have a comment. Very often when we say AI, we mean ChatGPT or Yandex.GPT, whatever, the large language models, but that's just one dimensional, one product, one entity. There is also computer vision, which is also AI. There are voices, they're also AI. There are lots of other stuff. LLM is just one element, one kind of technology. Robotics, automation is yet another dimension of AI. But in computer vision, in robots, no one ever remembered about ethics. But as soon as LLMs were all the hype, this question arose because a regular user started talking to those assistants. They start asking questions about God and things like that, and often models that were trained on strange data return very strange answers. People say that AI is a kind of a black box. No one knows what's inside. Well, I'm sure that we're going to learn how to control it. The big problem is the data that's used to feed into the AI, that is used to train the AI.
Коллеги, есть
Thank you.
какие-то вопросы?
Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Well, I have another one, if you don't mind. Sophia, you mentioned that common folk and the society is interested actually in the development of the technology. The society is interested in having the apps on their smartphones. AI should be closer to me. I want AI to give me recommendations to make my search easier. But the reverse side of this coin is that that AI is collecting more and more data about me. So my question is, usually, when we talk about legislation, one of the stakeholders is the government, the state, that claims to be the protector of the residents. But the state has other interests too, like ensuring economic development. Do you think that any of the stakeholders are actually thinking about this desire of people for the technology to progress? And if no one is taking that interest into the account, then do you think, and this is just an idea, you know that there are consumer rights protection societies, there are other similar associations that protect the consumers and users. Do you think that they should be involved also in the discussions around AI? Well, I think that often it's in the interest of the government to slow down the technological progress. Should we take into account the consumer interests? Well, yes. Is it done? Well, no, not always. We are making first steps in this regulation. To give you a correct answer to your question, we should be discussing it not in 2024, but maybe in 2034. My name is Alexander Xavian, and the organizer refused to write the name of my organization. I'll give you the name later. Can I intervene into this discussion? Well, if it's a quick one, sure. It says here balance of private and public, but in fact, public doesn't mean state. Public, there is the balance of private and privacy in the private life. There is the state, the interest of the state, the stationary bandit that collects the money for protection. And there is the public, which means the society, the civil society at large, or professional associations, big operators, small operators, small operators of personal data, etc. This session and the session before that, several other sessions, conclude that it looks like we have no society, no community. There are companies and there is the state. You ask the question, do we have any associations that protect it? No, in Russia, no. You are members of the RAEC cluster. RAEC is not an association. RAEC is all about pushing for the state agenda. My students 4 years ago did a project about the internet, not about clusters or anything, but about the internet. It turns out that all RAEC statements about internet regulation, they are copy paste from the of the government's statements. So DSFE, not 2034. It's time to have associations that do not imitate the activity, but are actually active. My students studied Institute of Internet Development, RAEC, there was another one, I don't remember which one. So RAEC, Electronic Communications. RAEC is the Institute of Development of the Internet. Plus, it's personal membership. It's not an industrial association. It's a personal membership. And all of them, they're very public. RAEC here, we had people from RAEC during the previous session. Now again, RAEC is everywhere, and all of this. Well, actually, the public is not represented. Public is not the state. Public is not the same as corporations. I hope very much that during the next Internet Governance Forums here, we're going to have on the stage another stakeholder, the organizers. No, this is private privacy advocates. It's an advertisement for this company. It's no, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Oh, okay, very well. Thank you very much to the panelists and to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to discuss this topic here. And I hope that we are going to have more positive examples of regulation cases. Thank you.
Дорогие друзья, мы сейчас... Вам спасибо большое еще раз всем нашим спикерам. Замечательные
Okay,
спикеры.
dear friends, I'd like to thank all the speakers. We've had absolutely excellent panelists throughout the day. Stась Saveryeva, Irina Bajova, and Andrei Ignativ, can you please join me here on the stage? We are going to be concluding the forum. In this very final session, we will be announcing several projects related to internet governance one way or another. We'll start with the presentation of a set of articles. We are always doing this. The partner and the co-organizer of the 14th IGF, the Center of Competencies for Global IT Cooperation, prepared yet another set of articles. We've got an editor with us, Andrei Ignativ. Please go ahead. Yes, hello, good evening, and I welcome all delegates, all participants, everyone who survived the conference, staying with us now, online or offline. So the Center for the Global IT Cooperation for 3 years in a row is preparing these publication sets of articles for the RIGF and the youth IGF. RIGF, we decided to call it the Youth Digital Forum. It was organized on the 5th of April in the Cyber House. So this is a book. This is a publication that we prepare for the IGFs. We sent out the call for papers in January. The booklet is published in April. And we've got researchers from the higher education facilities, various academic institutions, various think tanks and R&D centers. They offer their perspectives, some of them pretty futuristic. This publication is quoted, it's included into the Russian rating of publications. Well, one of them at least, and that's the most renowned one. But anyway, I think it's still a good platform for students and also PhD students to state their point of view and share either a systemic analysis or a projection, or maybe they assemble some facts they want to share. The internet governance is our central topic, but we would accept papers on, say, digital economy. In this latest publication, we have 13 papers. I don't want to mention all of them because you will all be receiving the e-version where you can download it from our website. But just to give you an idea of the range of papers, this year there's a paper on satellites and digital economy. There's a paper on intellectual property, Web 3.0,
проблемы обеспечения людей продовольствием применительно к цифровым
food supply and food security, neuromorphic computing,
игр в контексте
video gaming and cybersecurity, media journalism. Another article is on the fragmentation of the internet.
Что стоит, наверное, отметить отдельно, у нас в этом году участвует
Actually,
три
this
зарубежных.
year we have 3 foreign authors. There is a person who submitted a paper from Italy and 2 people from Serbia. The article on internet fragmentation comes from a professor of the Belgrade University. There is a paper on technology sovereignty, another one from Serbia. Another article in English came from the student of ITMO on voice over IP. And the Italian author offered a paper on the European Act on intellectual property, artificial intelligence. So the papers are all very interesting. So anyone who would like to become an author, please submit your papers throughout the year. We are willing to support you with materials, say, or kind advice.
Мы тоже готовы там не просто, чтобы студент зачет писал, да, а чтобы написал статью, которая будет опубликована. Наверное, это
students can maybe prepare for an exam by writing an article that will be then published. So I think it may be an interesting type of cooperation for the universities. Our center is the co-organizer of this forum. Again, this publication is available on our website. So again, you are welcome to get in touch. We will be happy to hear from you. All our contact details, phone numbers and emails are on the website. So Andrei, this is the 3rd publication that we made.
Будет востребован для ваших
And I hope you will read it. All the visitors to CCTLD.org.
После последнего уже даже год пролетел очень быстро, да, после 13-го форума подходили, особенно в вузах, заинтересованные, ну, меньше
And
студентов.
yes, actually, people were asking us about how to place publication in this book, especially PhD students. Of course, people want to get published. So what's the timeline for those who want to submit a paper?
Да, на нашем сайте
Should they write to you? Yes, you can find a general email on our website. You can send a message there, but this year there will be a lot of different events. There is already an advisory group at the Technology Envoy that they will be producing a document on artificial intelligence. Some initial papers are already out. You can study them and express your opinion on them. I'm just saying that you don't need to wait till January or February. You have a lot of time during the year. You can send your papers to us at any time, but it would be best if you send your articles no later than 3 weeks before the April RIGF. So 2-3 weeks before the April RIGF. But best if you would send your articles in February. Consider
Открывается множество тем, которые мы можем в течение года.
your deadline to be February. Well, yeah, okay, February is all right. I mean, you can start writing another paper tomorrow. RIGF, this year's RIGF is over, and we start preparing for the RIGF next year. And actually, if we find your, if you send us your paper early and we find your paper very interesting, we may consider publishing those papers elsewhere, not in that particular annual journal, but we'll find you another resource.
Всех, кто будет заинтересован, особенно по итогам летней школы по управлению интернетом,
Okay, everyone who's interested.
Успеем сориентировать, и они вовремя смогут податься на публикацию.
You have time.
Всех участников форума это как раз
And enough
релевантными
time
которые готовы
to make your submissions.
своими мыслями по поводу обсуждаемых тем на нашей площадке. Мы тоже призываем.
People who attend our forums are always full of ideas,
На самом деле, вот
so please contribute. Actually, this volume is read in the most important offices, especially people who are responsible for international cooperation. But there is another publication that we are happy to present at this site. Irina Pezhova is holding, she's the editor-in-chief, she is holding another publication that's called The Insider's Internet. Yes, sure. Okay, I'm here to show you the 20th edition of Internet is Not Real. It's dedicated to quantum technology, but we were preparing it specifically for the 30 years of CCTLT.ru. In this magazine, you will find an interview with Andrei Lesnikov, one of the founders of .ru. The interview is very curious. He found pictures from 30 years ago, and people will be able to find themselves in those photographs. And they look very young in those pictures, I have to say. Andrei is there. Andrei is there, yes. I remember seeing you in those pictures. Anyway, it looks like this magazine needs no introductions. I brought a lot of copies yesterday, and today I couldn't find a single copy here, but don't be disappointed. We are getting the electronic version of this magazine for the publication on the website, i.org.ru. In the next couple of days, you will be able to download the copy from the website. This is a publication that we issue twice a year. The next one is coming out in autumn. What will be the topic of the next issue? Well, it's still being discussed. Okay, maybe the community can contribute the idea for the topic. And now we give the floor to Stasia Savelyeva, and let's start the presentation, please.
Не только кликер.
Okay. Here is the clicker. In addition to the RIGF, there are the events dedicated to Internet governance. Stasia Savelyeva is the coordinator of the Internet Governance Summer School. Yes, hello everyone. Today I'm going to tell you about a special course that is organized for the fourth time in the row. Next year we will be having the fifth course of this kind, and it is organized on the eve of the RHF. So the idea is 3 weeks before the forum, we offer a course to the students. The students attend classes on several disciplines. This year, the speakers who spoke today and yesterday, Gleb Shuklin, Alexei Lukatsky, and several others were our main tutors, our main lecturers. But the program, again, is available online. You can see all their names there. So this is not just an educational project where you can acquire your knowledge, but we ask the students to prepare the message from the youth, a list of challenges and potential solutions. This year, the audience was very different from the previous courses. And the summer school, I'm going to tell you about the summer school a bit later. Well, this year, we had more male students than girls. And
среди IT-направления, профили, да, в основном
IT
это, конечно, международные отношения и право, юриспруденция. Но в этом году был вот такой бум, было очень интересно.
IT students were the majority of the attendees.
Вообще ребята проделали
As
большую
to that list of challenges and potential solutions, the students did a lot of work.
Ребята сформулировали 52 проблемы.
They identified 52 challenges, some of them local, others pretty global. And as to the number of solutions that they suggested, well, they, I mean, the students were very systemic. They analyzed the problems in and out.
И уже ребят сразу вот с младенчества ориентировать на IT и вообще популяризировать математику как в школах, так и математический анализ в вузах. То есть вот есть такой
They discussed various, again, solutions, like how to make math and IT sciences, computer science is more popular at schools. I know we don't have much time, but I left those statements on the slides. We invited one of the graduates of the summer school and of the special course. Marina Moisеева is a student of the Moscow State University, and I would like her to share her impressions of that training.
Очень благодарна всем
Hello, everyone. I'm very grateful to everyone who organized this special course.
Стать ближе немножко к такой практикоориентированной деятельности, потому что действительно все темы, которые были освещены,
all the subjects that were covered, they were basically the same topics that were discussed at the RHF.
Было представлено многообразие профилей. Меня тоже удивило, что было много айтишников, потому
The
что
discussion was very vivid, and I was surprised to see so many students from IT backgrounds. I don't have a lot of experience of participating in the internet governance events, but everywhere I would usually see more people from legal backgrounds, students who study digital law.
даже
And this time around, we were taken by surprise. People would try to express themselves through code sometimes, but it expanded my horizons. I study international relations myself. I think that it's one of the multi-aspect or multifaceted disciplines to study. Still, I consider myself to be a student of the humanities, not sciences.
Управление. Вот. Нам нужно было сформулировать проблемы, связанные с математикой.
the students had to identify challenges and solutions in the field of digital governance and cooperation. We believe that the main problem
геополитического,
is
идеологического противоборства.
due to geopolitical, economic, and other opposition. The countries are not capable of arriving at a consensus. They perhaps share the same target, but they do not offer solutions that would satisfy everyone. There aren't any organizations or structures that would control the enforcement or attainment of those goals, but we still believe in the beautiful future.
Что все придерживаются своих интересов, но
the current situation in the world shows that realpolitik is the most adhered to strategy in international relations, and the most popular topic that we discussed were cyber security, cyber threats, because IT guys rule the whole course basically, and this topic is very structured. I mean, you have a threat, and it means there should be a solution to this threat, some kind of some way of countering it. The only thing that we can add to the structure is prevention. You have companies do not wait before they're attacked. Instead, they employ white hackers who check everything beforehand, and probably that's the only challenge. What else can I say? I'm very excited that I got a chance to participate in all of this, and I wanted to thank everyone.
будем дальше работать.
Yeah, we'll keep working. We'll keep up the good job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, this is inspiring, but it's also frightening. This kind of attitude to information security, you say they're the most structures, they're the easiest to deal with. Well, this is used for you this year. At the youth forum, we decided not to organize special section here for the youth. We organized the youth forum, but it is wonderful that we hear from the youth during this concluding ceremony. And yes, on our website you can find this section, special courses. You will find a list of those 52 challenges and their solutions. But actually, I wanted to make an announcement. Now, the fifth summer school of internet governance, the dates are not yet defined. This is a longer course. Special course is a more intensive one, but the summer school is 1.5 months of active work. Students do a lot of homework, there is a lot of group work, and the course is split into 2 stages. And the second stage is organized together with St. Petersburg State University. And the students receive certificates if they complete both stages. If they survive, they get a certificate of advanced training. Usually we accept applications until mid-June, and in mid-July we will start the summer school, which will last till the end of August. So the students have an excellent opportunity to spend their summer vacations in the most efficient way, in the most productive way. After the summer school, the students integrate very actively into other activities in the field of internet governance, and they enter the youth council, this and that. So we are very proud of our graduates, and we are hoping to get some more fresh blood. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speakers of the final session. Here, please return to your seats in the room. And usually at this point, we say some general words, you know. Instead, we'll save these words for the press releases, and we'll definitely draw the final statement of the forum next week. A meeting of the organizing committee and the program committee will convene, and Andreas already said we start preparing our next forum right after the end of the current forum. So how going to finish off today? Well, we will finish the day with a video presentation for the host city of the TLD-CON. It's a professional conference that's been running since 2008. It brings together registries and registrars from Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the CIS. I'll remind you that during the opening ceremony, we remembered the anniversaries of .ru, .by, Belarus, and .kz, Kazakhstan on the 5th and the 6th of September in the city of Minsk. We plan to organize a major celebration of these dates. Let's take a look at the video. Hello to the conference. Registries, registrars, dominars, what do you mean? TLT. Well, anyway, we invite you to the hosting, to be temporarily hosted in Belarus. No, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. We will be telling you about the Belarus traditions, of which you are not aware. Draniki. I know it's a stereotype, but you don't know how to eat them properly in Belarus. The first dranik is for the ancestors. You throw it over your left shoulder. And this is in the forest. This is where the traditional folk dance emerged. This is the dance of the shepherds. It was a dance only of the men. Men shepherds, not shepherdesses. Repeat after me. Ведельня.
Буляванка.
Булявалка. A modern tradition. When you get a business card in Belarus, you take it with two hands, you put it to your heart, and you look into the eyes of the person who is giving you the business card. Крам-бамбуля is the traditional drink. What you do is take a piece of potato and you rub it against your finger. Then you take salt. You put it here. You lick it. And you drink it. Oh, that feels good. When you're in Minsk, try the white Belarusian. Ламбельня. Кухля. Чапару. Another modern tradition, when we register domain in .by, we sing a folk song.
В древности юноши выясняли на деревне, кто из них
In ancient
сильнее.
times, boys would fight like that. And if the head falls, when you hit the opponent, you win. Жевлик.
Шляхованка. Таких слов нет в белорусском языке.
These are not words from the Belarusian language. But we do say TLDCon 2024. This is not a Belarus dance, but we have a better dance, not yet dance, DNS, or DNS as well. And there aren't traditions that I told you about, but actually we've invited top speakers and the best topics for the conference. And our warm city is waiting for you. Welcome. And where is the bread?
Ксения прибавить, чтобы посмотреть не только достопримечательности Минска, но и все
So
республики.
you can do
Есть наш
sightseeing of Minsk, and you can do sightseeing in the Republic of Belarus. We never say a farewell, we only say goodbye. We'll see you again
интернет российском, но и на
at the 15th RGF, and we are going to see you at other events that we announced here. Thank you for being with us for 2 days.